posted that picture of Nikki.
Well, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Try that one more time without the.
Turn that down.
We'll try that one more time without the egregious echo. Well, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to StevieMillPlays. As you can see, we've got a bit of a new setup here. We've leveled up, got things moved around a little bit to try to make better use of the space, and we're also going to be using the good old felt green, sweet little dice tray here, tried and true. So we're going to be trying out some different things today as far as our setup and our orientation. So hope everyone likes it. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for tuning in. Again, we appreciate you guys, and if you guys want to go back and catch any of the earlier episodes, please go over to YouTube. You can look for StevieMillPlays, and you can subscribe, of course, to get the notifications whenever we drop a new episode. They come out right after the streams. So let's go ahead and get things started. As always, introductions first. I'm the humble forever GM, Stevie Mill, and we're here rolling dice and playing the TTRPG Return to Argela. It's episode 10, part 2, Rekoppa or Bust. And so we've got some fun stuff planned for tonight. Really looking forward to it. And yeah, let's do introductions starting with the top of the list.
Hey, I am Caleb, and I play a blind avian monk. His name is Irving.
I'm Drum, the Namekian Dark Mage.
I'm playing Slippy, the Slime Bard.
And I'm playing Sprinkles, the Khajiit Rogue.
What a great team, and everyone's level 4 still, getting pretty close to level 5, if I'm not mistaken, right? Everyone should be getting pretty close with the amount of adventuring that you've done so far already. And if you remember when we left off last time, you had got to a port at the desert, Shunrin port, and you had been shopping around and kind of checking things out in that sand-swept little seaside port, getting ready to make trek across the desert. You're heading north and east to a place you've heard a lot about but have never seen, Rekoppa Desert City. Supposedly, the King Hamlin has a castle there. So, and so that is where you're headed. What was it about that location and that castle that you were going there for? What was it?
Lore.
The lore.
We're going to the Rekoppa ruins, the deepest dungeons at those ruins.
To further our knowledge of how we have activated the world spell.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. There was supposedly dungeons there that predate any dungeons that have been discovered before, at least by anyone that that Forel, the scholar, had heard of. So that's why he's sending you there. And so it was a pretty long trip over the water, and so you spent the majority of the day now combing through the shops and talking to people here in Shunrin Port while you've been getting ready to make your trip. Shunrin Port itself is nestled right there on the side of the ocean, but because the majority of this continent is just hot, arid climate with gusting winds coming off the water and just sand everywhere. It's just a desert as far as you can see, looking out north over the city. So
we need to get our water skins filled.
I know that was one of the things that
Several.
that you did buy the skins, the water
Or we need to
skins,
sell 'em.
but you hadn't filled them up at the spring as of yet. That was one of the things you had to do before leaving for the desert itself. and the trek that you're going to be making from here to Rekoppa. So we'll say the four of you had been doing different things in the last session. I know I know you had broken off to do a little shopping. I know that others had went to the weapons shop. But I'll say, as the scene is opening, it's the four of you standing in the somewhat busy intersection there, right in the middle of Shunrin Port City, with the sparkling blue crystalline ocean off on the distance on one side, and the hot, intimidating-looking, expansive stretch of desert on the other side as you look that direction. And there's some people crisscrossing their way in front of you and behind you. Everyone just like you, having the sand masks over their faces, and even the goods they're carrying bundled up and covered up as they're making their way from one place to another. And there are still some shopkeepers out in this late part of the afternoon. And we'll say that it's, because during the last session it was during the day, and you had been walking around shopping and doing things during the day. So as the sun is beginning to set on this day, and we'll say it's setting distantly over the ocean, and, the first signs of dusk are slowly starting to settle in. It's still hot in this climate, but it's just warm all night. Unlike the oppressive heat of the day and its sun, so it'll just be a warm, kind of a humid night, like it is every night here in the desert. But it's the four of you kind of standing in the middle of the street, and I'll put the building, say you had just come out of that shop, and we'll say it was the general goods store where you had bought the water skins, and I know you had had a conversation with an NPC in there as well. We'll say one shop here, another one over here, but it's the four of you just standing in the middle of the street. And again, you can choose to really set off for your trek across the desert at night, or you can rest and sleep and then set off first thing in the morning.
I'm going to start playing a song using my lyre while everyone else comes up with what they're going to do, and the lyrics are going to be the song that I sing, Ask Where Is the Spring. I'm going to just be singing that as people walk by.
With a 5, you strum to the passersby, and I'll put some people in the street. You strum, thrum, thrum. You say, good morrow and his merry met to all you luck should bring. We are but humble travelers, just looking for the spring.
Let's go.
So I'll say we'll get some reaction rolls around you if see how I can see it.
Damn.
I got a 6 and a 4. I'll roll that 6 again. Yeah, that's perfect. And we'll say as one person was walking in this direction to where you were playing, stops and listens to you for a moment. Thrum, thrum, thrum. You're playing your tune, and and you say he's got a pack over his back too, and mask over his face, and because even at this later hour, even with the winds dying down some, it does it's still somewhat breezy from the water, so there's still sand kind of blowing this way and that way, and so it's kind of an omnipresent thing that you just have to kind of deal with while you're out here in the desert. But he stands and watches you for a moment, and then as soon as you're kind of done, he looks at at the four of you. He's like, a traveling band? He's like, why weren't they playing any instruments?
It's the Zupendus way. It's not meant to be understood so easily.
It is not meant to be understood that easily. He kind of shrugs as if, it seemed to maybe break through the limit of his intelligence check. And shrugging, he says, well, if it's the spring you're looking for, it's all the way at the edge of town. right where and it's not even really a wall, if you'd call it that. It's just a kind of like a waist high, thick bit of rock that's all been piled up there. And again, it's because this one half of the town is on the water. It's only one stretch of it going on the other side of the village, and it's that's the only thing that separates the city itself from the stretching wilderness of the desert beyond. So you said that the spring is all the way on the other side down there, right to where you would exit the town.
Can I pick his pocket while he's distracted?
You can definitely pick his pocket while he's distracted. We pick pockets around here. Roll a game.
All right, let's go. Pick a pocket. On an 8, it's free. Oh. It's 4.
Hit a 4.
It was not free.
This is the stupendous way.
Subtract the AP.
Well, he was pretty visibly distracted, so he rolled a 2 in response. So we'll say you did pick his pocket, and you did get a small amount of mil that he had on his person.
Even better.
We'll say you got 32 mil.
Awesome. Well, let's go.
Picking pockets. Wow, and that was just a quick, and then the 4 of you would head in this direction, then walking up this street, with the ocean and the sun setting behind you. It only takes you a couple of minutes of walking up this wide, beaten sandy street to get to the edge of town. And the buildings and the shops sort of get more sparse and sort of trickle down until it's, just this, again, it's maybe waist high or a little higher. And you'd wonder why that they would put just a piece of a wall all the way on that side. But as you walk up to it, and then you do see the spring right there on your left-hand side. But you do see now that as wind would blow sand in to the city, those rocks were set there to kind of offer some brace or protection from some of the sand that would sweep in along the surface of the desert. So it seems to be there for some reason. But as you walk up all the way to the edge of town, and you see, again, it's just this wall and a spring over here, and we'll say like a stable over here that looks like it would be for camels or some kind of desert traveling animal, but there's nothing in the stable. It's empty. But as far as the spring, you see, and it's a rickety looking kind of wood pavilion with circular poles and kind of double slanted roof, and it's just a stone well. And as the 4 of you kind of walk up to it, there's a older looking woman there with a big heavy cast iron bucket. She's got a towel wrapped around her head, and she's humming something as the 4 of you approach.
I'm gonna attempt to copy tune.
Oh, go ahead. Copy that tune.
7.
Ooh.
Nice.
It's almost, to copy the tune, had to have landed on the 8.
Can I attempt Raving Sonata where I reroll 8s?
Yes, and you can use that a certain amount of times per day, right? So Rave skill he picked up where he can re-roll his D8s if they're used for playing music.
It's just 3 MP.
Huh. Then let's go. Subtract the MP.
And I get 2 D8 rolls. Hopefully one of them is 8. Another 7.
So close.
And a 3.
So you definitely picked up kind of something on the first couple of bars, but it wasn't enough as the...
Wait a minute. You said she's humming?
Humming, sure.
I get a +1 for singing, but I have to be singing with her. Can I sing like while I copy the tune?
Well, they're each kind of separate actions from each other. You couldn't do both at the same time. But the four of you walk up, and she kind of turns around, bucket sloshing over with water to see the four of you. You're kind of like humming something, but it wasn't exactly that tune. It's as if you were just trying to copy it from what she was humming, but only a couple of the notes and maybe the octave was off. If she seemed to have noticed, you wouldn't have tell. And again, she has a mask, a plain kind of leather mask over her face, and again, her hair has a heavy cloth bandana tied in it, tying it back. The four of you walk up. She chuckles dryly to herself. Just make sure you get some water before you go.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
Yep.
Thank you.
So the well itself, as you walk up to it and peer down inside, it seems to be quite full. It's got the bit of a bucket that's hanging from the long metal bar, and you have to sort of turn it to make it kind of go all the way down and descend into the well. It doesn't have to go that far. It's pretty full of sparkling clear water. So everyone roll a d6, and we will see who could be the most effective.
I tell Egan this would be a good
A deuce.
spot.
Oh no.
I tell
3.
Egan this would be a good spot for fishing.
Knocked his 2 into a 2 and hit a 2.
No.
Hey.
That's 2s and 2 3s.
2s and 3s. Well, as it takes you the rest of the turn for everyone to, lower a bucket down, make sure it's full, and then you have to kind of, as you're hoisting it back up, you realize that it's pretty heavy as the bucket is all the way full. So as you're hoisting it up, it's, you can feel your muscles straining under the pressure. So it will take you all the way until the end of the turn for everyone to get a sufficient amount of water. So if you have water skins or other water containers on your person, you can make a note if they're filled with water.
No.
Go ahead.
I gotta mark this full.
Okay.
I was gonna make that my first priority, so the fact that we're knocking it out first is just nice.
So they're all full.
Yeah. I mean, it's would take you guys, as far as amounting what to be a turn, but more than several minutes. So everyone kind of takes turns, bringing up a bucket, trying to get the water into the water skins. It takes a little time for everyone to get all of their reserves filled up with water.
I was reading Namekian lore, and they can get sustenance off of water alone.
Don't have to eat food.
Yeah.
Huh. Though there are foods that you enjoy the taste of.
Yeah, if they eat it strictly for pleasure.
Right.
And they can grow.
They
Grill
can
Master
grow.
Do you
Piccolo.
still get
hell
nutrient
yeah.
from the food, or it's just all?
That's
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
There's water in some foods. So it's like you ever.
Yeah, it's
something.
from that, yeah.
Yes.
Look, so then you have to really have either food or water on you. I mean, and you have to carry food around, but I would say if you wouldn't want to carry food, you would always have to carry on water then. So now that everyone has their fill of water from the spring, we'll say this will symbolize the wall over here with a little spot that's opened up, when you're, that's where people enter and exit the village. So now that you have your fill of water, again, and the sun is creeping lower and lower on the horizon, in a few moments it will touch the tip of the horizon, and, dusk will start to fully settle over the desert. And so...
Ask the lady that we just ran up on if there's any mounts for rent in these lands.
I also have a question for her after this.
Okay. Get your dice. Well, she likes to roll 6s.
Hey. Appreciate that.
So on a 6 again, she cackles dryly under her mask again. And you can speak as if she's kind of smiling or laughing to herself. She says, Well, I do know one thing. There seems to be quite a bit of travelers around here lately, passing through on their way to Rekoppa. As you can see behind you, the stables are all empty. There's no more to be taken.
Wow.
I'm sure we could acquire one from the one that's already in use.
Does she know if it's better
We
to
have
travel
our
at
ways.
night or wait till morning to travel the desert?
Yes, a good question. She chuckles again as holding the bucket under her arm. She was getting ready to kind of head back into the direction of the town to wherever she was going with her water. She says, "Oh, only the foolish that are in a hurry would travel during the day, but only the strong and the wise would think to travel at night."
Aha. We'll leave tonight, boy.
Sick. What's the
So, chuckling again, she says, "You won't be the only things out there in the dark sands. Be careful, boys." And then she takes her leave. Walking up the street.
I had weird feelings about that lady. I wasn't gonna pick her pocket or nothing. I didn't trust her.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Well, not that I didn't trust her. There was something about her. I don't know. I wasn't gonna mess with her.
All right, your spidey sense was tingling, huh?
Yeah, it was. I was thinking about it.
I'll start playing the approach as we go to the gate.
Nice. The four of you walk past the spring up to the gate. Is it a
Well,
5? Nice.
just let me propose an idea before we do all this. We thought about resting and then going in the morning, but we should go at night. But we should still rest before doing it just in case. How about we take a short day rest and play a quick day game of hits and misses, just to get the vibes going, and then we partake on this adventure.
I could agree. Short rest.
Okay, and so again, dusk is about to settle, so it's not nighttime yet. It's just late in the evening, and so if you retired now, you could sleep for a couple of hours at least before getting up in the middle of the night and departing, if that's what you would do.
Yes. Excellent idea.
I think it's a great idea.
Be a good way to get the vibes going.
So, and as you were playing the approach, walking up to the gate, right, and as you went to kind of play the first bit of it, Drone goes, "Wait!" It's like, "We should get some rest so we can leave in the middle of the night. That way we can gain back some of our AP."
Yeah. Genius.
Reasonable agreement.
Genius.
So as you turn away from the gate or the wall of Shunrin and look back towards the town, you have to walk in a little further. There were 3 inns here that you can rest in for the night or for a little while, and they're all on the other end of the town, where the port and the docks are. So making your trek back through the town. And it's less and less people the later and later it gets. Though you see a guard or two here or there, sort of making rounds up and down the street. But most people now are collecting their things. The outdoor shopkeepers are gathering up their blankets and their possessions and loading them back onto their carts and taking them away. And people are blowing out candles inside of windows as you're walking past. As you get all the way to the other side of the town. Again, where you can get a picturesque view of the sun setting just down over the water, and there are some boats here on the docks still, and the occasional ship littering the water and the horizon out in front of you. The inns, there was one called the Sandy Binge, which is right there on the docks itself. One of the local sailor crawls, as people describe it. There's the King's Crest, which is another, seems like it's more of something that Hamlin, a castle, built there.
We're going there. I'm cool with those people. We'll get them. We got it.
You want to go to the King's Crest?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Oh.
So you're walking in there. Yeah, you've been in there before, so it's a pretty familiar surroundings. The inn itself, and it's got a couple of beat up, rickety-looking tables here and there, and it steps down a couple of steps into the inn below you. So as the four of you walk into the King's Crest, you expect to see a familiar face from when you had been in here earlier. There was someone here that had asked you to go back around behind the building and do a side quest, right? To dig out some of the sand back there.
Mm-hmm.
So you were expecting a familiar face, but maybe the shifts had changed. As you walk in, there are two people behind the counter, and it's kind of a slow night. As again, there's only maybe 3 people in here. 2 people are sitting at a table having a conversation, and 1 person is standing at the bar having a drink. So pretty slow, not a lot going on. As you walk up to the counter, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's an elf shopkeeper, and he's a sort of a tall, lanky-looking fellow with dark green hair, piercing green eyes, and he's got the same kind of desert garb that a lot of people that live here in Shonen wear, that are the darker, earthier tans and leathery colors. That's his shirt underneath his regular cloak. And the other shopkeeper, and we'll say it's that's a human fellow, and he must be an older guy, with glasses and fading red hair, and he's just average sized, but he's got an apron on and a white tunic, and he's cleaning out cups and bowls over here as the 4 of you approach the bar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shopkeepers, a couple people here drinking, sitting at tables.
Is this the one that has the picture of the king?
Yeah, there's paintings all around, and one of them over here is the king and the prince. It shows both of them kind of standing back to back, like with their arms crossed over their chests, staring out regally. You know that painting pretty well too. There was a shopkeeper here before that was just wouldn't shut up about it.
Mm-hmm.
You remember, and you remember that well because you were just trying to get a side quest, and she wouldn't stop going on about it.
Yeah. I'll take the initiative here. I'll hold out 100 mil.
Okay.
And I say, we don't need an overnight. We just need 4 beds for each of us to take a nap for the next 2-3 hours. I give you 100 mil. We get those beds for a few hours, get a nap in. We'll get out of your hair.
For 100 mil?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this tall elf innkeeper doesn't seem to offer any resistance to that as you put the 100 mil on there. Apparently, it's a slow night here at the King's Crest, and so he scoops it off the counter and sets down 2 what look like metal keys.
Nice.
He's like, "Rooms are upstairs." That's all he says.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I'll play Tavern Ditty on this table that no one's at.
You want to leap on the table and play it?
Yeah. The lyrics are gonna be, "Where the scions of Shimmer set, that's around a lake, that's on a lake that's really wet, and fates cannot even tell what we will do to learn more about the world spell."
Let's go.
We don't even know that much, but it could possibly end well.
That's what I'm hoping for. But go ahead and roll. It says you hop up on the table, and which instrument will you play?
The lyre again.
Producing the lyre. Again, looking out towards your 3 compatriots and the sparse amount of people standing in the bar. You
I was gonna hit
Strum
him
the
with
lyre?
we're from Hamlet, a castle where the king is a butthole. But that wouldn't fly. It's a 2.
2.
Hold up. Raven Sonata.
So, okay, I could put.
You're gonna get 2 more rerolls on this 8. There's a 3.
And a 5. A 5 will be the one. As you start thrum, you start singing about being at the shot from Shimmerset Lake, scions that were sent with a promise to be kept and a destiny to be met. See if I can. You travel with fate and knowledge on your side. You say, but you'd like to take that. But you'd like to take that painting of the king and take it for a ride.
Good. I'll take 4 ride.
And we'll say of the. I'll roll for everyone in the bar as a reaction roll. A 4, a 5, and a 4. One of the people over here at the table was clearly already quite drunk, leaning back in his chair with his cup in his hand. He goes, "Yeah!" And then everyone else is just kind of like, until this guy here who was cleaning out the bowls, he comes over here and actually kind of whispers something to this shopkeeper. Hopping off the table, and it was a nice, we'll say it was a jovial, because you did Tavern Ditty, right? And certainly if there were more people in the tavern, it may have had a more cumulative effect. But as everyone was kind of listening, it tuned in. Yeah, it definitely caused him to kind of, you noticed while you were standing on the table, over there, that shopkeeper's like, whisper something. You don't see any rooms in here, and so to go to the rooms, you would have to presumably go outside and around the side of the building.
Can I stay and wait and try to see what the guy's saying to him? Can I act like I'm gonna order and try to listen to what they're saying?
Yeah, will you buy something?
I'll buy the cheapest drink they have.
So for 10 mil, they'll give you what's called it's called sand rime.
Ooh. Sand rime?
Yeah, SANDRIME. It's just called that because it's a bitter drink.
Oh, like a sour?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Am I able to pick up what he was whispering about? Because it seemed like when he heard the song, and us being the Scions of Shimmerset, it seemed like he had to whisper something about that, and so... I'm just gonna do my rogue thing and try to eavesdrop.
Okay, so as let's say Irving and Drummer over here kind of talking with Slippy, and you're standing at the bar, roll a d6 to try to pick something up. That is a 6. Roll the game.
A legend, let's go.
2 6s.
Ooh. So close.
Almost. But you sat there for a minute and then another minute as the three of you then just kind of end up at a table over here, talking for a moment while he's at the bar trying his best to listen in. And they continued working as he comes over here and pours him a drink, and he went back behind in the back room for a second and came back out. Then as a couple of minutes pass and you are all still in this in the King's Crest, you don't notice that they're acting strangely, and you didn't hear anything since you've been sitting there.
I didn't hear what he whispered to him.
Well, you did that. Well, that was after you played the song before you came up.
Right.
So on the 2 6s, you sat there and listened intently to everything going on, but they were just kind of going about their business and working.
All right, never mind. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna chug my drink and go.
So slamming it back, you realize why they call it sand rime now, because it's whatever they use in it, they maybe use too much or let it distill too long, because you can feel some of the grit that's still in the bottom of the cup.
Nice.
Yeah. For 10 mil. So is everyone, anyone else want to do anything else inside the King's Crest?
I'm gonna go to where that painting of this.
Okay.
And
It's right over here on this wall. Actually, you were right. This table was right underneath it.
okay.
So it's actually just right here.
Is it possible to take it down?
That's gonna cause. I mean, I'll have to roll reaction rolls from the staff if you.
I'd like to quickly go to one of the bunks.
Yeah, I think we should just go to bed and get started.
Leave.
With
I'm getting out of there.
yeah, I'm gonna leave too.
As you're eyeing the painting, everyone's just like, ooh. Well, all right, I'm gonna head out.
Might as well be playing the approach. He's about to do something shady.
And as Sprinkles and Drum made their leave, Irving's still sitting at the table.
He doesn't see what's going on.
I'll go up to the bar and then just get a drink. For now.
So for, I mean, you can buy drinks that cost like 10, 15, 20, or about 25 mil for the cheapest stuff.
What's the more expensive stuff?
Well, if you pay 45 or 40 or 45 mil, you get the nicest drink that they have on tap. It's like a root berry. It's a fermented root berry mead that they make.
Nice. Yeah, I want one of that. I don't know why, but I want to drink.
Nice. In an earthen cup, you can already smell the sweet, pungent berries of the drink as they set it down in front of you. And the cheaper drinks have some level of alcohol in them, but as you take a couple of drinks off of that one, you feel it was incredibly strong.
Nice. Now I'm gonna follow the rest of them.
Holding the cup in your hand,
Yeah.
you make your way out. So you're still, if as Irving goes to make his way out, you're just staring at that painting, just, you feel this overwhelming urge to do something. What will it be?
I'm gonna jump on this table and then predate kick it where the king is.
Okay, that's a leaping kick right at the painting. Let's do it.
These are good times.
3.
A 3. Leaping at it with a 3, you hit more of the center of the painting, but it is enough bang as you hit it to kind of knock it in as the whole painting kind of breaks inwards just an inch or two. And as you land in front of it, the whole painting falls off of the wall, lands like this, and then falls over, boom, broken apart into like 2 pieces. And then there's that moment where it's silence in the end as you turn and look, and now...
Wait, is the painting just a piece of fabric like this?
It was fabric with a wooden frame. You weren't sure if there was anything behind it.
But the frame is broken?
You hit the center of it so hard that the tension on it caused the whole thing to kind of break in a little bit. And then as it came off its mount and it fell and hit the ground and tumbled forwards, it broke apart into 2.
Can I take the fabric of the paint? Put that in my inventory?
So as soon as you land and it lands and breaks apart, you turn and look and everyone is just kind of staring. Mouth is open that you leaped up on the table, did a flying kick at it, and then it busted apart when it landed on the ground. So as you kind of back up towards the door, you can reach out to grab one of the pieces of the paintings. They're face down. Will you grab the one closest to you or the one that's farthest from you?
I'll go for the one farthest from me.
So as you reach over and you grab that one and pull it up, yeah, that's the one with the king on it. It's been split almost perfectly down the middle to where one side has the king like this, so the other side must have the prince, as he's just kind of like this.
I attempt to mold myself to look like the king.
So you holding it up, you try to get a sense of his size and dimensions.
Yes,
A 7. Nice. You feel yourself getting taller. You don't have quite the mass to appropriate his... He's a tall fellow. But it's almost like you're forming your face into a semi-gelatinous looking version of him, and you're about 3/4 of the height. So as you're kind of trying your best, trying to hold it for a couple of seconds, that level of detail, even with a 7, you can hold for more than a couple of seconds, and that's it. So you feel your muscles tightening and tensing. But to their shock and dismay, as you stood up holding up the ripped side of the painting, you until like you're a 3/4 size version of the king, just kind of standing there for that brief moment holding it up. Well, let's see. Either of them have a reaction. Oh, they both roll 4s. Dang.
I must eat at Wendy's.
all the 4 for 4s today. So this one, goes behind out of into the back room or whatever, and is gone doing something. As this one walks over to this side of the counter, is he reaching under the counter for something? He says, "Now, why did you have to go and do that?" He says, "Now we know the king ordered that painting be put right there."
Now it's put on the ground and into my pockets.
He says, "Well, I've seen your face now. I don't know. It's not going to be pretty for you, my friend."
It's fine. I can make a million faces.
Which is true, because now that the form is broken and you kind of form and mold back down, you're back in your normal slime form, with your armor on and your gear, of course, over top. So as you see him reaching out from behind the counter, you expected it to be a sword or some kind of a weapon. As you pull it out, it does appear to be a stick or like a club, but it's got a narrow top to it and like maybe metal studs protruding out from it, all over the top of it.
I'm going to attempt to put the rest of the painting in my inventory.
Roll d6. A 2. As you lean down to try to grab it, he's going to hop over the counter. A 2. Hopping over the counter, as you're reaching down towards it, you now see that he's kind of landed on the other side of the counter. And because we both rolled 2s, I'll let you finish the action if you want to grab it. But then he's going to finish his action, and he's adjacent enough where he can attack.
I'm going to drink an AP potion.
That's a good idea. Go ahead and quaff an AP potion for 10 AP.
We were about to rest. This guy's about to
Every
beat
battle, a
somebody up.
chance to grow.
He's about to beat somebody up over somebody's painting. Like,
I ain't like the way he was standing in that painting looking at me.
that's fair. I get that.
Alright, well,
Can I
we
come
all
back
left.
in?
So, are you going to finish to pick up the other side of the painting?
Yeah.
So as you reach down and eagerly, quickly grab the fabric and you pull it up, as you have a moment just to look up, he's bringing the club around in a high arcing strike. Well, I gotta go on his strength. That is a 4. You can roll to use a move or evade.
You rolled a D8 on a strength check. I mean, he has a lot on strength.
Do I roll a D8? Or do I
No, you roll
a
a d6.
Okay.
This guy's got at least level 6, 7 or something.
A 1.
Oh my god.
If you try to reel
Wait, are we
back,
still on the battle dice?
yes, but you,
No,
but you.
I was just wondering for
But
later.
that one's gonna clock you squarely on the top of your head. Bonk. You see stars for just a moment as you feel yourself staggering back a half step. It's a 1d6 on damage. Oh, it's a 6. It's 6 damage.
What are you at?
6.
Now you're at 6. What's your total 12?
No, my total was
6.
I was hurt earlier.
Oh, that's right. You took that 4 damage. Oh, okay. I offered you to get a heal last time. You
Yeah, that's my bad.
didn't take it.
So with a sharp bump with the stud of the club over your head, you see stars dazzling for a moment as you feel yourself shuffle back half step. Your vision, blurry and doubled, comes back into view in that moment to see him reeling the club back again like he's going to hit you again.
You just did half your damage, man. Like, I'll come back in there to help save you.
Wait, isn't it still his turn?
I don't want you to die.
He did his whole action to hop over the counter, run at you, and clock you. And you finished your action by reaching down to grab the painting. So as you come up and he's reeling back for the strike, your agility will let you take a half action.
Can I come back in there and try to, like, charisma my way? Like, offer to pay for it and get him out there?
You're, well,
Like, he's a little delirious.
it's going to have to be...
If we could do that, I would
Wait,
enjoy
I'll use one healing herb then.
Huh?
I'll use a healing herb.
Okay.
Oh, okay, there you go. Now you're back to back.
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
In which case, I'll.
Yeah, it's
stay
still
in
your
my
problem
place.
fixed now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want you to die, but like, come on.
So on the healing herb, and you feel your wounds getting better, or I should say, the pain ebbing away from the clubbing strike on the top of your head. And he was reeling back for a strike like this again. So as you finish eating the healing herb, he's gonna lunge forward again with another strike. It's a 5. You can battle it now if you want to.
Nice.
Battle it to a 6 and hit a 1. So this time, as you try to dart back, he seemed to anticipate your movement, stepping in a little bit to cover the distance. Hit it coming around in a strike that's so hard it hits you on the side of your body and slams you up against the wall. Your bottom half of your body leaving the ground as you hit the wall. It's going to be 1d6 plus 1 damage on a 6 plus 1. 5 plus 1, 6 damage. Hit you on the side of your body, bang, boom, as you hit the wood of the building, bang. Right where the painting really was, is where you struck. So, now it's your action.
I'm gonna use heal on myself. Is 3 MP, 1d6 healing. Perfect.
I don't see it.
Oh,
The disappearing dice.
Hey!
Nice, roll the game. So that's 6 HP that you restored. And that was only one. That was only one action of your turn, so you keep going.
Beautiful. How much damage do you take from the D8 just now?
He took 5 plus 1.
I've been keeping up. I'm actually taking 18 damage in this entire debacle.
Seems to be a heavy hitter, this guy.
Took 6 and then 6 again.
He's taking 6, then 5 plus 1.
So he's taking 12 damage total.
He's been hit 3 times.
Oh, so it's 18.
Yes.
Dude, get out of here. This guy's a higher level than you.
I'm gonna use Predate Singe on him.
Okay.
What? I'm trying to sleep here. I guess how's that?
5, nice.
Oh, man.
So, lunging at him, hands extended, because you've got to be close or touching to Singe. And he was, reeling back to swing again. So he really wasn't expecting you to leap at him quickly. Grabbing his forearm with both of your outstretched hands, your hands light up with intense heat magic. You feel yourself sinking into his skin a little bit with your outstretched hands as they burn into his flesh. It's making a searing sound, and you can smell the burning flesh off of his arm. He's going to try to react by diving back and away. 5. Because you've got him on the defensive. As he's trying to reel his body away, you can roll to stop him.
I'll let him get away.
So as he flies back, and he did it so hard and so forcefully that he flew back, the back of his ankles and his legs hit the counter, and he flips back over the counter, landing hard behind it, boom, with a thump. He jumped back so hard as he was maybe anticipating you to hang on, and you just whoop.
The stupendous grapple.
So now you let go, and he went flying back over behind the counter, and there's that moment where he's, boom, landed there. You didn't see where the other shopkeeper went, but he still hasn't come back yet. Did he leave? Did he run away? Or was he going to get someone?
See the door that the shopkeeper left out of?
It's just an open door here, and you can see a hallway like it's a storage room back here. And a lot of inns, keep a room for their storage and for kegs on tap and for all that stuff behind the counter. You thought maybe he went back there to run and hide, but he hasn't come out yet.
I'm gonna go to the counter and leave 100 mil there.
All right, going up to the counter, 100 mil.
Yeah.
Taking out the 100 mil in coins, you drop it on the counter, and you can see over the counter now that he's rolling back over onto his back and preparing to get up. And you can already see that this arm, from your singeing, is all just burns going all up his arm. And you can even see like the massive handprint burns on his forearm.
I attempt to heal.
So he's like in the middle of his getting up motion.
Oh, okay.
So if you heal him now, like he may get up, and then it'd be up to him whether or not he continues to engage you or not. You're not quite sure what will happen. So you can definitely heal him if you would like.
Oh, heal him. I ain't trying to kill him.
Okay. So as he's weakly trying to get back up to his feet, the studded club in one hand and his singed, burned arm, reaching up to the counter to help him get up. Go ahead and cast heal.
It's a D6. But...
A 5. Nice. You as uttering the slime word for heal, you feel the magic sort of surge out from you. As he goes to stand up, you do see that the heals, the burn slowly starts to heal and regenerate as like the skin kind of instantly starts to form up over the burns on his arm. The burns start to recede, and so as he stands up, getting his club to draw back, he looks again and sees where the healing magic has taken effect. But where there was just regular skin and maybe a hairy forearm, it's now just this heavy, thick, skinny plate of burn scar. It healed the damage, but it didn't really heal the skin all the way. So he's just kind of looking down at it and looking back at you, still having the club poised in his hands, as if he's just kind of in shock.
I point to the mill on the counter and I ask him, "Is this gonna be enough to pay for the damages?"
With that black dice.
Go.
Yeah. 2 4s again? Oh, that's interesting. So just glaring at you, he says, I will have to tell the captain. He's like, the king will hear of this. And that's all he says.
200 mil.
So are you trying to buy his silence or paying to pay for the damages?
Trying to bribe him.
100 for the damages, 100 for the silence.
So if you subtract another 100, you can roll a d6 for a bribe roll. Can I get a charisma check?
Mine is at 3.
Charisma 3. Roll d6.
Only 2 less than mine. 4.
4. Setting the mill, you say, the first 100 mil was for the violence. The second 100 mil is for your silence.
Oh, bars!
That was clever.
So, not breaking his stance or his attack, his eyes go down to the mill and goes back up to you. And he says, I have to tell the captain. He's like, but...
How about you tell the captain after we leave?
He's like, but if you put another 200 mil on the table right there where I can see it, he's like, I'll give you a head start.
400 mil.
I take my mill.
Can you attempt to haggle?
I'm gonna take my 200 mil back.
Okay. Sweeping it off the counter.
And I'm just gonna say no.
You say, well, at first I thought it was a steal, but you're asking too much, so that's no deal. So taking a half step back again, he instead of striking at you, he looks out the corner of his eye and then, sort of lowers his weapon back down and just sort of shrugs at you. And he's like, you know what? You're right. He's like, if I told my friends a slime came in here and wrecked the place, they wouldn't believe me anyway.
If you want, I can help you write a song about it.
He's like, oh, don't worry. I'll have a feeling that I'll be singing a song for you real soon.
I say do, then I walk back over and pick up the painting.
Nice. Yeah, you had both pieces of it from before the skirmish started.
Oh, snap, already? Yeah, I'm just going to go up to the rooms then.
Yeah. So turning and making your leave, I'll say I'll let the scene linger in there for a moment longer, because don't forget that there were 3 patrons over here in the tavern that were watching the whole thing play out. So,
Music changed, by the way.
oh, it did. Ooh, that was some tense negotiation music though. That was probably pretty apt music for that.
Yeah.
So they all sort of turn and sort of look at each other for a moment as that other shopkeeper, finally comes out. He's got what looks like a scroll in his hand, and he's out of breath. He's like, the gods will be here any second. And he's like, you idiot. He's already gone. He's like, well, he won't get far. He's like, yeah, he won't really get far, will he? He's like, wait, didn't he come in here with some friends? He's like, yeah, they did. Yeah, he did. It was a group of them, wasn't there? He's like, yeah, they were sleeping for a bit, weren't they? It's like, well, let me give him about 30 minutes, and then we'll send our boys in there. How about that? And he's like, all right, well, I'll go tell the guards.
Thanks, Slippy.
All right. They don't necessarily need to know. I'm going to say, look, I paid for us. That's between y'all and him. Y'all want to drag the rest of us into it. It won't end well for y'all. Keep this between y'all and him.
Didn't we get extra sleep, though? Weren't we sleeping when he was doing something?
Yeah, we didn't do. Hey,
we didn't do anything during the whole interaction.
I didn't even need to do anything.
Yeah.
I already have full HP and AP. I did this out of the kindness of my heart.
I
to get
could
in
use
little
the
hits
rest.
and misses.
I could heal a little bit, and it could restore some AP.
Me too.
Also, before I went to sleep, I wanted to eat an AP seed.
Oh my.
I kept mine. No, I don't want to grow it. My character doesn't have the patience for
Eating an
it.
AP
Let me
seed
see.
increases your character's max AP by either 1 or 2 points. Pretty useful.
I'll grow
So if you want to use it, you would.
Unless you have like 1,000.
And so
I'm not gonna sell it.
while Slippy was still in the King's Crest.
No, wait, hold on. How did I originally get that AP seed?
I don't even remember.
I got it from you, I thought. Somehow, didn't we trade something for it?
What did I have that I would have traded an APs?
I give you something.
Was it the strength seed?
Did you guys trade seeds straight up? Well,
we can trade them back.
you know,
trade the
I would
string
understand if a
I
monk,
got
a monk,
string- You want a string?
depending on the
You
kind
want-
of
yeah,
seed.
I'll
I mean, if
trade
it
you
plays
the
into your
AP seed for
character,
the string seed if you'd like.
if it plays into your character strength, then you might
I'd
need
rather eat the
like.
string seed.
I would say you would, if you ever find agility seeds, your character, I guess most of the characters here are agility based now, but say if you find a seed that plays into your character's strengths, that's the one you definitely want to just use and not try to plant. Because it's better to get the benefit from it now and have that benefit for the rest of the game than wait all the way to a later point. Then all the time from this to that, you don't get the extra.
Yeah, benefit during it.
Right.
Yeah. So do you want to trade the? Do you want the AP seed instead?
Does it boost it by 1 AP?
It's 1 or 2. It depends on how you roll. Because you get to roll a dice. It's like 1 through 5 is 1,
Yeah, isn't
but it increases your base attribute. Now, is the AP one considered more since it's not an attribute? It's like, well, I guess it's your AP. I guess it's still an attribute, isn't it?
I would assume so.
It's like a parameter.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the seeds work the same way. You roll the 1d5, and you get.
So would they be equal?
Or roll the 1d6. On a 1 through a 5, it increases by 1, and on a 6, it increases by 2. Oh, actually.
Man.
Let me know. I'm gonna eat one of these. Cause this character doesn't have the patience for it. He's not gonna grow stuff. That's Rue's thing.
You go ahead and
Talking about a
you,
great sword.
you go ahead and eat the AP seed. I've already got 16 total AP, so I can
What was
cast
the
some
strength
stuff.
requirement for the great sword?
What did I say? 6
And I've only got 4
for a great sword.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna-
strength. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I have 3 strengths.
5.
So that's why I
5.
kinda
I want to say strength 5.
I need 2 more then.
I have 15 AP.
Yeah, because it's a heavy double-handed sword.
But yeah, so
So you just eat that
Yeah,
one.
you want a great sword.
yeah.
Wait,
I
is
mean,
it
I'd
crap,
like the
man?
strength one if
It's
you
not
wanted
good.
to, but unless you want it more, but don't feel like you're doing it for me. But I'll eat either one. But preferably, I would like the strength one more than the AP one. But
Bartering
if
loot.
you
We would
don't,
be just as strong as
Bartering
each
loot.
other.
we would be equal that way, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can still have the AP seed.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll swap
Oh,
seeds.
can I call
Nice.
it the King's Crest painting?
Alright, you have an AP seed.
It's two halves of the King's
Yeah,
Crest
I'm
painting.
just gonna
Yeah.
go ahead and eat it now.
He's eating it the AP seed, I'm eating the strength
Probably
seed.
have this sold on the black market.
Interesting, but it is two halves of a. And the way he talked, the way the innkeeper was talking, he said the king decreed that the painting go there.
It's for my AP seed. Smack it! For the strength seed.
Hold on.
Hold up.
Yeah, put that back.
Yeah, those are 3.
Battling for bonuses.
Oh.
5 and a 4, so you each get 1 point to your respective stats.
Cool.
I'm at 4 strength.
I'm at 17 AP.
Nice, nice. So as Slippy was still in the King's Crest, everyone else had walked out of the building and went around in between, that building and the one next to it, and it's a wider, bit of a sandy alleyway, and there are doors lined up there, and the two all the way at the end were the ones that
Oh,
matched.
we gotta follow.
Hey, well,
Well,
Welcome back.
welcome back, and
it's been
Thank-
killing me. What is that long comment up there? I can't read
oh,
it.
every once in a while,
it's
I get not ad agencies, but like people that want to. It says, "Hi, I want to offer a promotion of your channel. Viewers,
okay.
followers, views, chatbots. The price is lower than any competitor. The quality is guaranteed to be the best. Auto on, incredibly flexible and convenient. Order management panel. Everything is in your hands. Turn it on, off, customize. Go to dogehype.com."
They spelled out .com.
Oh, wow.
Like they didn't want to put the whole.
Dogehype. I can't. I said it too on stream. That means that I promoted it. I can't.
Ooh.
Look at you.
Ooh.
I dunked on you with a sign.
I'm gonna have to go back and edit that out.
Are they paying? Did they pay you to ask him that? How much are you making off of these people?
It's just a lot of words. I was curious as to what it said. It's kind of
Every
like
once in a
terms and
while,
conditions, but I
and it's
never
only
read
it's happened a handful of times since we've been streaming to
That's
where
the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, it just caught me.
I
off
saw it
guard.
earlier. I was about to say something. I was like, no, it's just seems like spam.
Yeah, it's
the
first
bots
time
could at
trying,
least
like-
follow me too. Like at least
Yeah,
get me to
like the
follow.
bot
at
didn't even
least they can
follow.
get-
Like,
Yeah,
Have some
what is
class.
that?
that's what I'm saying. They're just asking so much.
Like, if you want to get my attention to read it in chat, like, to read it out loud, like,
What
that's
if
what
they
they should
did
do.
follow and then they unfollowed after they sent them?
The person that followed us was
Who?
called What a Legend, I think.
I meet them in a tavern.
what a legend!
What a
Look at
legend.
that.
Maybe they'll say something in chat.
So where's everyone's
There's us. We get our games and hits and misses now.
Yeah, see,
Well,
that's why I
dropping
did
in.
all this.
dropping in. So you did find the long bit of doors on the back side of the inn in the alleyway, and of course the alleyway itself, you could hardly even call it a street. It's kind of tight, but there are just short little stubby wooden doors, and they you have to push them in to walk in, and even when you do, the wind sort of gusts a bit of the sand in, and you got to kind of sweep it out of the way of the door to close it. But the rooms themselves each have two makeshift little cots, only about a foot off the ground, with the barest, thinnest wisp of a blanket and a half smushed in, old-looking little down pillow. And there's a short, squat little dresser with two drawers that you might put your effects on, and a couple of rusty-looking hooks where you might hang a coat or a cloak, and that's in each room. And so Irving and Drum are in this one, Cot, and Sprinkles is in this one. So, and we'll say, I mean, he was only in there for, what, 2 turns going on 3? So it was only going to amount to a couple of minutes. So as the 3 of you kind of get in and get yourself settled into your rooms, the first few minutes go by and you're like, dang, Slippy should have kind of been back by now. You're expecting him to come to the room at any time. And then another couple minutes pass, and you're like, oh man, maybe he got into something, maybe you should go check on him. And so it occurred to you for a moment, but then you're like, well, he can take care of himself. Like, he'll be okay. So then as you lie back on the cot and you're just about to drift off to sleep, the door opens up and Slippy comes running in a huff.
I'm holding out the king hat with the painting, and I'm gonna wake up.
I don't care. I'm going to sleep.
We gotta leave now.
So with one eye open, you're looking up at him in the dimly lit room, and he's holding up one half of a fabric oil painting. Sure enough, in the dim light, you with your feline dark vision can see that it's definitely one half of that painting that was on the wall in the King's Crest.
I was trying to be cool like you guys and pickpocket, but I didn't want to do it.
Can I claw at it?
Do you let him do that?
No, he's not gonna let me. I'm doing it.
I mean, if you're gonna leap up out of the bed and rake, he's gonna get the chance to reel his hand back.
Okay.
So you can both roll a d6.
I'm trying it.
So
Not with that one.
He's amped up.
So you're rolling a d6 to claw at the painting, and you're going to roll a d6 battling it. It's a 3 on a 2. Your claws just missed it as he reels it back in and right back into his inventory.
It was not worth it. I could have painted you something like that.
Well, if we have it recreated, we could probably send it back to him as an apology. But I don't think now is a good time to formulate a plan. We should probably leave.
All we wanted to do was play some hits and misses.
That was. Let's go.
I feel I'm owed 100 mil.
Go
And
wake
the
up
game
the
of hits and
guys,
misses
tell them
right
what
now.
you did, and we're leaving.
So-
Before I leave the room, can I investigate it for any simple items to take? Because if we're bailing, we're bailing.
Yeah, I'd also like to ransack anything I can.
Well, I sent him on his way, so I have extra time.
Can
I'll go
hear
get
it?
Because
them.
they don't know yet.
Since
until
I
he
follow
tells
the
them.
rest of them, am I with them? When like,
We were in two separate rooms.
Yeah, it's
you
you
were
and
in
it's
room
you and
one.
Drum in this small little shanty of an inn room, and the one adjacent is where now Sprinkles is sacking the room and the two of you had talked for a few minutes, and you had to let him know kind of what was going on in the room, which really wasn't much. A couple of simple cots, a short squat dresser, and a couple of hooks hanging on the wall. And the barely a little slit of a window, so that a lot of the wind doesn't let the sand in. But so as you were kind of sitting on the short little squat cots and working out your plan, Slippy comes in, holding up, and he, you want to hold the king side or the prince
I'll
side?
hold up the prince side of the song.
So this time you're like, oh, check out this half of the painting I got.
I'm just gonna start leaving. I'm not gonna listen to anything. I'm just gonna...
What? You don't want to see? It's and as you describe it, and as you'd seen it before too. I mean, it was a finely crafted oil painting, incredibly detailed.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's only easy.
We've seen the prince. We know what he looks like. We know what the king looks like. We're out of the game of hits and misses. I'm out 100 mil. I'm going to kill that guy that he gave the money to. If I see him,
I took that money back.
well, I'm killing.
No,
Give
you
it to
didn't
me.
take back the
Oh,
100
it's
that he
like-
spent on the rooms for us to sleep.
Somebody's dying and I'm getting my mill back.
And if it could be him, it might be you, Slippy.
These are
give
the
you
reasons.
It sounded
150 mil.
threatening.
These are the reasons that
I'll take
breakfast-
150 mil right now.
Okay.
So after describing the situation that happened in the King's Crest, the two of you, getting up out of off the cots, take your cloaks off the hooks and start putting your gear back on, making sure your weapons are checked and everything is secure. And so then, as the three of you walk back out into the sandy alleyway, you see. Before then, I guess you two want to roll a d6, or you want to roll a d6 to sack the room, and you want to do the same.
Yes, please.
All right, then Drum and Sprinkles roll a d6.
You can get a double looting skill.
D6 looting roll.
Oh.
4 and 5. And so the only things that are even in this room are the following. 2 short, squat, rickety wooden cots. They each have 1 thin, dirty blanket. They each have 1 worn pillow. There is a short dresser with 2 drawers in it. You go to open the bottom drawer, and it has what looked like an old cake of soap. as you open the top one, it only has just a couple of worn sandy hand towels.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. As you can see, we're deep in it here. Matt, my boy, as they're about to make their exit from the good Shunrin port city in the desert, as they're going to make their way north and east into the night.
Down with the King's Crest in. Welcome back.
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
I will take both.
We
of the
appreciate you.
cots.
You take both the cots?
Yes.
Okay.
The pillow and the blanket.
Okay. So that's two wooden cots. Do you want the blankets and the pillows?
Yes.
Okay, so that's two blankets and 2 worn pillows. Do you want the dresser?
Nah.
Okay.
I don't need that.
Okay. So because you rolled a 5 slightly higher, you can you have all the same items except for the contents of the drawers.
This is all I'm interested in.
So in the bottom drawer, you find what looks like somebody must have left this in there. It's a hat.
A hat.
Yeah.
What does this look like?
It looks like a wide brimmed like a sun hat. And so it has a very wide straw brim, and it has a black cap over the top of it. It looks like to me something maybe a farmer would wear to shield their face and their eyes from the sun.
Can I put it on, see if I feel anything?
You put it on. You feel silly.
Alright, so what would I call this? I'm gonna put it next to my chef's hat.
It's a straw hat.
I have a straw hat. Oh.
Hey.
So
Man,
when
it's a
you-
shame. I should have been gardening now, man.
When you first mentioned a hat, I pictured a Khajiit wearing a fedora.
Yeah, I pictured a fedora too.
Only because of the desert setting would you not find a fedora
Yeah.
sitting in a random drawer. You'd find a straw hat for the sun.
I might use that. Well, not at nighttime.
Yeah, and as you went to open the top drawer, again, you don't find anything but what looks like an extra blanket that somebody had stuffed into the drawer. It's a blanket.
There was just another extra blanket in there?
Yes.
I don't care about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust a blanket.
Yeah. Small.
Doesn't
No, I've got the milk.
doesn't trust the blankets.
I don't trust hotel blankets.
So
Need any more?
So, leaving the rooms. Oh, I just opened mine. Leaving the rooms, you find yourselves back in the alleyway. Now, if you turn left, it'll take you right back out into the main street to where the front door of the King's Crest is.
Let's avoid that.
If you turn to the right and go down the alleyway, it's another building right there, but it cuts to another alleyway going adjacent.
Can we just try to go the back way and avoid people and head towards the trail we need to go towards?
So you do know that if you were to turn out of here, you'd have to turn left again to go back up to the other side of the town. So it would bear the logic that if you turn right down this alleyway and then turn right, you'd be heading in the same direction. You'd just be going back behind the buildings.
Right.
So as the four of you are all making haste to get
That's all good.
through the alleyways and the sandy back streets to the other side of town, everyone roll a d6.
Somebody hit mine.
3.
Whoa, dude. Too hard. Just gotta drop.
Sorry.
That one's so, like, those metal ones, you barely... Oh, that's it?
5.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Not-
I thought it was a five too.
Oh no!
Again, Blake.
Oh, look at all the ones and a 3. Slippy.
No.
So, and this is a quick turn of everyone kind of trotting or running down one narrow sandy alleyway.
I'd say to everyone, would this be a bad time for a song?
I mean, as long as it's upbeat and like
If you want to play.
music.
I'm talking well songs.
Am I playing music right now?
Hit something.
Aren't we trying to, like, sneak out of here without
Oh,
causing
yeah.
a scene?
Tell you what, if
I
you
thought
do
we
play
were
a song,
separating
run
that.
the opposite way.
Just
from
hold
us.
it back for a second. Let's get out here. Wait till we're on our way, like, through the desert. You can play that "We're on Our Way" song from
But you
Wait a
did.
minute, I do have a song for this actual occasion.
for sneaking.
No, for us to like get out of here quicker.
Quick escape.
No, sweeping score.
What's that do?
Sweeping score. I think it increases speed, and I think inspiring blast just gives us +1 during fights, but only during big ones.
Yeah, sweeping score is the one to where if you roll high enough. Let me check all your other songs just to make sure.
Also, I have some descriptions for them written here too.
Yeah, speed bonus. You got it right here on sweeping score. Speed bonus. Nice. So if you use sweeping score and it's high enough, it'll give everyone in the group that hears it a +1 to their speed. If their next action is for a movement or evasion roll, like for speed.
Okay. I tell everyone to hold together. I'm gonna teach them the speed ditty,
Time to do the speed ditty.
and then I'm gonna whistle lowly around us.
That is a 9. Beautiful. Well, that does definitely give everyone a +2 to your next action, your next roll, if that's a movement or an evasion roll. And as the tune, because he was way out in front with the 6, hopping over a sandy pile of dirt there in the center of the alleyway, bounding down to the end. And as he's down at the end of that alleyway, as the three of you are rushing to catch up, he then starts playing the sweeping score. It's low and more dramatic, but it's more of a you're like, oh, what's
Can we get some snaps in the chat?
I like that.
let's
Remind
go.
me of that Pokemon game.
Oh,
Which one's the other?
Pokemon Snap.
Wasn't the picture one?
Oh.
But now that
It's
everyone
music.
has but now that everyone's been instilled by the power of the sweeping song, if you guys want to make another speed roll to get all the way through the side streets and the back alleys, I'll give you all a +2. So everyone roll 1d6 +2.
What?
Six.
Please don't hit it. Oh my god.
What is that?
5 now.
5 plus. Well, that's
You
still a
want me
5
to
plus
hit
2.
it
It's still a
or-
5 plus 2.
Yeah, I had a 6 plus 2. I had an 8. I'm gonna re-roll it too in a second.
4 plus
Leave
2.
it there, and I might.
Dude, yeah.
If you want me to.
Yeah, hit it.
Do you want to hit it?
Unless you're happy with the 4 plus 2, which is a dirty 6.
I mean, it's a dirty 6.
I'd take it on.
I would take the
but,
dirty
yeah.
6.
Hit it because I'm a wild child.
All right. Anybody else want to roll? Before I roll?
Oh, you didn't hit it.
All right, I'm gonna hit his.
Yeah.
2 plus
mine.
2. You're going to change that one?
There you go.
Oh, the second set.
Let's go.
One of y'all better hit
With
that
my
four.
third
Sprinkles
six.
lined
You
up
wanna
to
get
roll
yours
a
up
third
there?
6.
With my third
Because you gotta
6.
get the 3.
Oh, I missed it.
Oh!
One side.
Well, he still
Yeah,
technically has a
I'll
reroll.
re-roll the 6.
If he hits me into a 6, it's my third 6.
Oh, wow. What a
Oh,
delay.
So
dude,
you
hit
have-
him.
you have
hit him
choices.
if you can.
Oh. So close, so close.
Dang.
But everyone got either max speed rolls. Everyone got at least 6 on that, right, with all their bonuses.
Yep.
And so that's enough for the 4 of you to, in tandem, vaulting down the side streets, turning this way, skittering under a rope with clothes hanging from it, hopping up on top of a cart with sand in it, over the other side, turning down the street. You make incredible haste. By the end of that turn, you've covered all that distance. And so now you'd be coming up behind a building, and as you creep out with Slippy first, we'll say night has really all but settled. There are the occasional torch here and there along the main street, but as you're coming around back behind a building, the sand crunching under your feet as you're creeping around it to look, you see just the edge of what must be the spring well right up there ahead. You're behind the building that's behind that, and you see the wall out ahead of you, and the coast looks clear.
Let's go.
I tell Irving that the coast is clear, and I ask him if he wants to scout ahead and tell us if he sees anything.
Sure. And I walk out and then I start.
Do you have a companion that could aid you in that?
I have a
you
bird,
do.
but I can't really see still.
You can still warn us or let us know what's going.
Yeah. I'll send Brazen out.
So you-
that's the person that that's the one
Brazen? Is that a canopy crow?
Yeah, canopy crow. That's it. That's the one that got the chat to name.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll send him out, see if he can find anything interesting or if he can try to relay any information to me somehow.
Okay. And as you've been running down these sandy back streets and alleyways, Brazen, your Stormcrow, has been perched faithfully on your shoulder, bounding along, because you haven't issued any orders. And so as you all stop at that corner of that building and you're peeking around, I can even...
Do we do that cartoon thing where all our heads like shrunk above around the corner?
You were up here first, and as you creeped around, you saw the spring up here, and this is the building that was behind it. And so the main street is going to be like way out here, the wall and the endless sand out in front of you. And of course, night has really almost all but settled. There's only some purples and dark blues off over the ocean. It's out ahead. You see a brilliant starlit sky, not a cloud to be seen, and even. The moon, it's huge dark blue light that it seems to give off all the time, spilling a little bit more light out into the expansive desert. Brazen hops off your shoulder. Roll a d6. A 4. So hopping, you hear it, and then you don't hear anything as it takes off into the dark sky.
Deploying UAV.
Yeah, I did. Drone out.
So you listen intently for a few moments, listening to hear if it's going to make any cries of alarm or danger. You don't hear anything.
Okay. My bird is stealthy, though. I hope he comes back.
Well, they say if you love something, let it go.
Yeah, I know. That's why we have birds in cages.
I know why the caged bird sings.
I mean, this one I don't have in a cage. He's just like sitting on my shoulder.
I'll tell everyone it looks clear, but I'll go first and I'll whistle once I get out there to make sure it's clear. And I guess I'll go out first.
Oh, could I try to maybe make bird noises to my bird to see if...
Did you say you were going to make a whistling sound too?
Hey.
So both of you roll at the same time.
Nice.
He roll a d8 if you're going to make it a tune, and you roll a d6 to match.
Sir, don't roll a 7 or 8, please. I can't do that.
Alright, 30.
Well, if he rolls it, he gets a reroll.
That's true.
Is that an 8?
Is that an 8?
That is an 8.
That's an 8.
That is an 8. Let's
Go
go.
ahead, roll it.
Roll it.
Nice roll. What is that?
Let's go. It's 3.
3.
Okay,
Try to match that.
I think I
So
can match
when
it.
you hit an 8 on a tune, you do learn the tune based on what you were doing. So that's actually going to be a little skill that we call bird call.
Oh.
Nice.
But for you, because it's a song, you roll 1d8 on it like anything else.
Dang it, I don't want a bird to call something. You gotta use that a lot so I can try to chime in, because I'm a bird. And
I already
should
teach your
have-
bird how to do it.
I should be able to bird call just from birth.
Just eat a bird.
Eat a bird?
Yeah, that's what I do.
I am a bird. That would be cannibalism.
But you haven't.
You don't have to eat the same kind of bird. Eat a chicken.
So the two of you at the same time, went to let out a. Right, and you would hit the 8 on it. Instantly let out a bit of a. And because it's not the same kind of bird call move that you're used to, in that it's normally a player-to-player communication move. Yeah, the window's open, blowing air in. No, it's fine. It's fine. It feels good in here, right?
Yeah, that was great. It was really funny how everybody's head.
You can use it for that
No.
because it is bird call, but because you hit it on a D8, you make a bird call which attempts to communicate with birds around you. So as soon as you let out that, instantly you hear that, after a few moments you hear flapping of something up and around you, and then maybe the flapping of more than one up around you somewhere. So because it's dark, nothing landed around you that you can see, but something definitely happened when you learned bird call.
But I don't use my I don't usually use when I get the skill. So
Right, yeah, because that's the genesis of the skill. So.
There's a song in Spirit Tracks that summons birds.
Hmm.
It's called Song of Birds.
Interesting.
Yeah,
And of
Song
course,
of
because
Birds.
it is a bird call move and you heard it, it's like your hearing is so much more accentuated, and it's a bird call. So as soon as you did it, it's like rings in your ears and reverberates in your brain for just a moment. It was like, ooh.
I forgot he was a bird.
I felt that and understood it twice.
Maybe it gave you like a new idea to try to communicate with your birds or something.
Tweet.
Well, now that you have it, though, you can roll to match it. And of course, I'll give you a because you are an avian and a bird, it should naturally be easier for you to learn. If anyone else wants to learn bird call, they just have to roll to match his roll. I'll let you roll and give yourself a +1 for the roll if you want, or not.
That's sick. Okay. What am I rolling the match right now?
Oh, it's whenever he uses bird call.
Oh, okay, so-
How everyone else would roll to match it, you can roll to match it and then decide to give it a +1 if you want.
Sick. Birdman.
Should make because it's supposed to be a little easier.
Squall.
Now you're speaking his language. So with the coast seemingly clear, will the four of you make a break for the wall and for the it's called the Shunaril Desert, which is also known as the Scalding Sands. But you'll be traveling for this part anyways at night, so it should be manageable. The four of you then stealing out into the night, run across the small section of sand there, leaping over against the waist-high stone wall. And you can see the mounds of sand on the other side of it sloping into it. So it does seem to do its job pretty well as far as keeping a lot of the sand out of the streets of the village. But as the four of you steal away, trotting straight up the sands into the night, leaving Shunrin Port Village behind you. And it gets smaller and smaller into the distance as you trudge through the sand. The first 20 or 30 minutes, you're really just trotting to put some distance in between you and the village. And so after about 30 minutes of steady trotting, you stop, sweat dripping off of your face, breathing heavily, and everyone takes a moment just to rest. You've been trotting for about a half hour. So now you're just sort of out here with desert all around you in every direction. You did run east and a bit north from the city, and as you turn, you can even see the distant lights flickering off on the horizon of the port city. So you're pretty far away, but you can still see it distantly on the horizon.
Are there any stars? Like, do we recognize like a North Star or a star that doesn't move in the sky or something?
Huh, well, I mean,
We're not used to the
that would
desert.
imply that you're in a universe that you'd be familiar with by its stars already.
Ooh. I mean, yes. Did I grow up in this universe? Didn't Scribbles grow up in this universe? Like, was there no foreknowledge passed down about like, oh, you see that star?
We
Same
were
star?
told to find the markers in the desert, and they'll keep us
Oh yeah.
on track and
That's
on
right, I remember
pace.
that now,
So
too,
just look for the markers through the desert.
Interesting.
I
You're exactly right, and I'll give you a rate point for your studious note taking.
That's right.
Racking them up. So keeping that in mind, after the four of you take a small rest, will you drink any water?
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Still feel pretty
I'm
good?
still fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I just had my sweet berry ale.
It's
I'll
true.
take
Yeah, I
a
also
swig of
had
water.
beer. So.
How many uses does
It doesn't even really use one use. You'd have to drink it quite a few times before it amounts to one use. So I'll keep a track that you've drank one time from one of your water skins. But after taking a drink and taking a brief moment to stop and rest, Everyone roll a navigation roll, or I'll say, and I'll do an intelligence check. Who has an intelligence that's 5 or higher?
6.
Okay. Oh, then I'll give you each a +1.
We're on the 8.
6.
What are you?
That is a snake eyes.
Oh,
Wow.
State of one.
Can't change the fate.
oh man.
Wow.
Brutal.
What happens when
You gotta put it back.
Just one. That's right. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go.
Hey, nice.
Keep it.
That is a 5, and what did Slippy roll?
I think it's a
Two.
2.
2. Okay.
Hey.
Do a 5 and a 4.
Knocks it into a 5
You
and
want
hits
the
a 4.
forehead or
He gets
Yeah,
a
I'll
plus
hit him
1.
for it.
Oh no, you don't.
Slippy
No,
and Slippy and Drum both get the +1.
So Slippy is
You want me to hit the
36
4?
actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
you want me to leave it for?
Only one of us really needs to get this. So.
Hit my 4.
Well,
I guess I deserve that. It's fair.
That was a really clean hit too. It turned his dice without moving it.
yeah,
Yeah, just like-
smooth.
And yours rolled out.
3
So-
dirty 6s, or no, 2 dirty
Sorry,
6s.
I had a 5. Yeah.
Let's go.
And so but that's enough of a success, certainly, for as you take that moment and you sip from your water skin and you slowly spin around looking at the dizzying amount of bright lit twinkling stars in the sky. By kind of talking about where you're standing, which direction the lights are from Shunrin Port off in the distance, you're able to get a good sense of which direction is north and which direction is east. Your instructions were to head northeast, so you at this point, do either of you have any parchment or quills or any writing utensils?
I think I gave all of mine to the. communist.
Donated them to the caravan.
Oh wait, we could write on the back of the painting.
We can do that.
Found a use.
So yeah, I'll give you a rate point, and then and because you have the materials, then I'll leave it up to you to attempt to chart some of the stars at this time of night from the position you're at, to try to give you more information as you travel about which direction you're going. So go ahead and roll another d6, and I'll give you a +1.
Does someone have a quill or a thing for me?
Does anyone have any writing utensils?
I have coal. You'd use like charcoal.
I might tear the painting.
No.
It's
Charcoal
kind of a
coal.
cloth
It's
painting,
very
right?
soft.
Oh,
I did-
okay.
Yeah, you can write on it with it.
Cloth with oil, yeah.
Are we about to get like astronomer's line?
Can I
Hmm.
use one of the stars? Become Kirby?
You can take one of the
Yes,
arrow
become
shafts and put a
Star
little piece of
Kirby.
charcoal in the end of it and use that to write with.
What is it?
Can you take like one of the arrow shafts and put a little piece of charcoal at the end and use that to write with? Isn't that a very
Whoa.
crude pencil?
Why don't you roll a d6 crafting roll with those items?
I have more than enough. I can try it again.
Try it again.
Another two.
And try it again. You've
There we go.
That's fine.
in that attempt you did break one shaft, but you do have one that's sharpened at the end that you rubbed around a good deal in the coal, so that as you're dragging it across the back of the painting, it leaves lines. But you only really need it to make dots for the stars. So what you're attempting to do is, by holding up the parchment or the cloth up against the horizon like this, straight, getting a sense of a couple of the brightest stars and their positions. You're then going to put it back down on the sand and just try to make a quick little pattern of where those stars are.
Okay.
So I lost one shaft for the use of the pencil and then one because it broke.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm out of shaft. I have two.
I'm gonna use the prints half of the painting.
Okay. And so you can put in parentheses or a slash after that and put a crude star chart on the back. And so using that as a bit of a reference, the four of you feel a little better about continuing to travel. It is an open, seemingly endless-looking desert in all directions. You're a bit away from the water, but there is still an occasional bit of a warm breeze that blows the sand up, swirling it around here and there. as you just see it in every direction around you. It's just so much sand and so much desert. But after everyone gets rested, you then take off again, crunching along in the sand in a bit of a line, single file. And the desert goes on, and we'll say you walk for another hour, and it goes up a long, drawn, sanding hill, and there's that little part of you that's, even though you've only been walking for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, you hope you see something, lights, civilization up over this crest. But as you reach the top, your heart sinks as you see nothing but sand stretched out in front of you into the night.
Can we attempt to slide down the dunes?
You can. Roll a
Yeah,
1d6
let's
to
go.
slide.
I'm gonna take a deep breath and say, "It's beautiful, isn't it?"
Wait, does anyone have a shield we could slide on? Oh man, you got no shield. It's a one.
Well, with a 1, you leap towards the sand, and as you went to hit it and slide, you just stick instead, and you start tumbling end over end. The sand whipping up all around you as you all the way down the long sandy dune to the bottom. That be the power of the ones. As the three of you were kind of standing up there waiting to see what would happen, yeah, he tried to slide and just all the way down to the bottom of the sand dune. Though, you get down to the bottom and you bump, you stop short. And you're dizzy for a second. Sand getting all caught up in between your armor and your skin, and it's in your gear a little bit. As you went to get up, you notice something pressed up against your back. Turning, it is a column of rock, right? Like this, circular, tall, with what looks like a tattered, tore, dirty, red bit of cloth tied to the top, blowing faintly in the warm breeze.
Reminds me of Ocarina of Time.
Pull up the star chart and start making a note of the stars directly above us at this marker.
Roll d6.
It's a 1.
1. Would anyone else with high intelligence attempt to assist?
It's only one other person.
I will attempt to assist. What do I roll?
D6, I think.
4.
So the two of you working together is enough for you to try to make a crude spot on the bottom of the painting on the back to where you identified this marker at. And you notice that it is tall. And you can see sand stuck to the sides of it, crumbling, going up quite a ways, as if the shifting of the sand dunes causes sometimes the depth of these markers to change as you discover them. But they are tall, 12 feet maybe. So hopefully hopefully that's enough to where as the dunes change and shift over the natural course of the wind and time, that the markers remain visible. But that is definitely the first marker, or at least the first one that you've seen. And it took about an hour and a half, a little over an hour and a half of walking to find it.
We could rest here, but we also run the risk of people knowing where these
Keep
markers
going.
are that have
Let's
already
just keep
traveled.
moving. We're already committed together at night. Let's go.
Well, it's you won't make the whole trip in one night's worth of walking.
Okay.
It's I would
Better
say
to do it all that day.
That's
Better than doing it
Yeah,
all that
yeah, I
day.
agree, yeah. This much done during the night.
yeah, and it's now you've walked for a little under 2 hours, and it was right at nighttime when you left, and so you can say it's getting close to the point where that big, beautiful blue moon. We'll call it the Imlunal. That's what they call it.
Oh.
Who uses the word moon? That's such a.
Is it a full one?
Well, it's almost full. It's
So
maybe.
it's very illuminating.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. That's what I was curious about. Because I was like, I was picturing like a pitch black desert, or like a very dark, like lit by the
The
stars.
blue light from the Elmunal, I know what 3 words I was combining together to make this. The Emlunal moon.
Amblunal?
Emlunal. It's
Ambient.
M for emerald, Lun for Luna, and Il for
Sick.
a lower suffix at the end. You don't really know much about it.
Oh.
Maybe you'll have to ask an astronomer if you meet them.
How do you
I
spell
took some astronomy class.
Emlunil. The Emlunal.
Back at the Khajiit school, we all took astronomy class.
You took pickpocket classes.
No, I learned that on the street.
As a matter of fact, the wizened old Khajiit that taught you the ways of being a ruffian in the streets used to say one thing. He used to say, "I stare at the stars. You can't. There are no pockets up there to loot." But you're able to mark on the painting the best you can on the bottom of it, the marker and its positioning as far as where it is at this time of night from where you are. And so from here, you continue, again, trekking off north and east. And let's see, you walk, for what seems like another 45 minutes to at least an hour. Trudging heavily, down one long sloping dune, then up another one. And you do see an occasional cactus here or there. And you do see the occasional big, thick scarab beetle scuttling along the sand. Or
dung beetles?
You don't know. You've never seen them before. They're big beetles, like this big around, and they seem to burrow under maybe the couple inches of sand. So there was a couple times where you're trudging along in the desert, and you stepped near where one of them was burrowed, and it, scurrying up over the sand, scuttles away. And you see the occasional cactus here and there, short, some of them short, squat, even some of them, I will say, walking on for another half hour or so, and you walk by a patch of these cactuses. A couple of them even have pink flowers on them. But they're about 3 foot tall, about this big around.
One of the pink flowers.
Yes, it's a cactus flower.
I'm gonna play a tune while
Can I
we're
take
walking.
all of them?
There's 3.
Let's go.
I guess the lyrics for it will be something like.
Oh, well, he's putting an item in his inventory. Don't you have a tune you can play to try to enhance that number?
I don't have enough MP for that.
Too bad we didn't get to rest.
There's no rest for the wicked, my friend.
I see that. Even I was like, I'm gonna take it easy today. I'm not gonna rob every person I see.
You robbed the first person you saw.
Yeah. That wasn't everybody. That wasn't everybody. I didn't rob that old lady. Ain't no good's gonna come of that.
I'm doing what a slime can. We're forever trudging along the sand, going to Rekoppa land to get away from that Hamlin man.
Let's go. Hits a 3? Oh, it's a 5. Hits a 5. Nice. And as you're trying to be ever so careful not to sting yourself on the cactus by pulling off the flowers, as soon as you reach in to grab one, you hear a thrum, and you're like, try again. And you reach in, you hear a thrum. And you're like watching him while he's leaning in. You're like, so you go to reach in the third time. He goes, well. You sing a bit of a slow dirge about traveling through the sand and on the run from the Hamlin man and doing whatever you can to navigate across the sand.
And the desert flowers and the cats picking flowers.
It's good for a rave point. That's beautiful. This bard just laying down the bars for us tonight. I'm glad everyone gets to see it.
Bars.
The bard laying down the hefty bars.
The bards.
So roll a 1d6, and on a 1 you will take 1 needle damage. That is a 5. So you're able to get all of the desert flowers off of the cactus without hurting yourself. So unless you want to try to take the cactuses themselves.
No.
Doesn't want to handle those. So from there, you begin trekking again, walking away.
Can I take the cactuses?
Yes, I mean you can try to knock them over or cut them down.
I have a wood cutting axe. You can use it.
Okay, yeah, I'll use the wood cutting axe to just cut him down.
Roll a d6. 01.
Well,
Well
gotta
then,
get experience somehow.
yeah. So that first swing is you go to strike low to to knock off as much of the cactus as possible, but the blade ends up sinking into the sand instead.
Let me show you how it's done.
Yeah, cat, get over here.
Alright. It's not about how hard you hit it, it's about the form. You grab at the head, the base, slide your hand down. And as I swing, I'm going to close my hands together. Create extra momentum.
Oh
my god!
The same result as me. All that confidence, same result.
I thought surely...
They're just trying to cut down a cactus in the desert with an axe. That's all.
Well, at this point, gentlemen, you
I'm
two
gonna-
might as well give it a swing.
I'm gonna attempt to predate kick it.
A cactus?
Not even remembering that cacti have needles.
He just gets excited. And
Roll
goes
it, try to
for
hit my one. Maybe you can kick the axe head and not swing it.
What is your? Well, the one has no one's rolled yet.
Oh.
That is a 2. You fling yourself at it trying to kick it. You land on the side of it. You take 2 damage from the needles on the cactus. And as you sort of fall over the side into the sand, you dislodged it some from its roots, but didn't knock it over.
All right, Duck, your turn. What's your approach?
Just
Yes.
swing the wood axe. What do you do? I don't know what else you'd do.
I am. I'm just gonna go at it with the gust dagger. How big is that again? It's like
Each there's 2 cactuses. I say there's 3 cactuses in a bit of a triad position. They're in the sand, and they're each about this big around.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm gonna have to go with the. I've got a wood cutting axe, so I'll just use that. Is that like a D6?
Yeah. Everyone else has been trying their best, flinging blades and bodies, but with one, and you know, taking the axe out of your inventory, walked over to the sound of where you heard everyone crunching around in the sand, grunting, swinging. You just walk up and you plant your feet, and you swing around as hard as you can, hitting it thunk about a foot, about 10 inches above the base of the sand, and one swing is all it takes. Shunk, for that one cactus to right into the sand.
Nice. Beautiful, isn't it?
Who will?
I take it.
So roll a d6, and on a 1, you will take prickle damage.
Ooh.
I'll take no prickly damage.
A 4. You put 1 cactus in your inventory.
Do you know what you call a group of porcupines?
A group of porcupines. What do you call a group of porcupines?
A prickle.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, a prickle of porcupine.
Huh.
Cat jokes.
Feline jokes.
Few line jokes about porcupines. Wow.
So is anybody else? There were 2 more there. Does anybody else want to try to fell any of them and take them for their own?
Sure, I'll try to take a cactus.
Roll d6 again.
Let's do it.
You'd be taking a wild swing.
That's not too.
A 2, you swing all the way around, woo, with the axe, not hitting anything.
Can I take a swing at it again?
Sure.
3.
A 3 with your strength is enough, though you hit it higher up. So this one is a shorter piece, but you get a cactus stalk.
Let's go.
And there's 1 more.
If neither one of them wanted, I want to try.
I don't want it. Go for it.
Same.
That's a 6.
Whoa.
Nice.
Roll it again.
I just gotta hit it. That's all there is to it. If I can hit it, we're good.
Yeah, so this time you knock it over so cleanly along the sand that you know as you move your feet over the spot, you would never even tell there was a cactus there in the first place.
Nice. So can I just put full cactus?
Yeah. But roll a d6, and on a 1 or a 2, you will take prickle damage.
That's really
Get
far
out of the
away.
box.
Hey, can I just count that for you?
Oh, you caught that 5. You're able to put that in your inventory while taking no damage.
Nice.
Quite a feat. Quite a feat.
I'm sure that looked pretty cool.
So from there, now that those items have been harvested, you continue your trek along the sandy dunes, and it is getting a little. Again, the night continues to go on later and later. The bright blue orb of light in the sky just continuing on its high arcing path as the night continues to kind of dredge on. And as you getting to where you're getting to the top of another cresting sand dune, you hear something let out a sound over on the other side of the dune. It's like a whinny, but it's like a it's something you've an animal you've maybe never heard before.
Sounds like a constipated horse.
And as you're climbing up this dune with the crest of it up here, as you're getting right over to the top, you see going down that sandy dune, down there at the bottom, you see what looks like a campfire with smoke billowing up into the night sky, flames dancing all over the area around it, and you see they must be the animals that Springkeeper was talking about. They look like it's a four-legged animal, but it's got long, spindly legs and a wide body, with some kind of it's a horse's head, but a big hump on its back. It must be some creature that they use to travel in the sands out here. And you see two of them kind of standing there, as what looks like it's people sitting around the fire. It's as you're creeping over the top of the sand, you can look down and see them. There's 4 or 5 people down there sitting around that fire. As you're creeping up over it, you don't think that they've seen or heard your presence yet. So you're at the moment now where you're kind of just looking down over them as the fire's crackling, and you can hear the faint echoes of conversation. And you'll say there's 3 of them around the fire. There's one over there next to those. I can't tell you the name of the animals yet because you don't know. And the strange sand traveling creatures. And then there's another person on the other side walking a slow, lazy circle around the perimeter as if he's keeping watch.
Are these people also? Well, they have to be. They're on the way up to the marker.
Let's kill them. Can we kill them and take their stuff?
We got 2
Yeah.
guys to kill them. We got to be the least reason.
Or should we just try to become a part of their?
Now we're already on the run now. Might as well loot and scoot.
That's fair.
Or
These
we
guys
could
just be competition tomorrow if not.
Or we could rest where they're resting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they know what happened in town yet.
Yeah.
Still.
We could be diplomatic. They don't have to know that we're on the run.
But aren't the guards gonna come after us?
I mean, do they know that we're headed out in the desert?
I mean, where else would we go? So one roll.
Well, there was a port.
I don't know. You're right. Well, we can try. I want to use prowl and remain hidden.
So
At the very least, I think we can just go around these people and go on.
Nah, if we're here, we should do something.
I mean, if you really want to.
I think it's an opportunity.
All right.
That's
Okay.
true.
So as the 4 of you
But
are...
if you want to see if we can rest first here, I would be okay with that. But I'm going to hide until I know what the situation is.
I'll walk up with him.
So you have a plan then as far as what you're going to do. So as the 4 of you make your preparations to approach this makeshift campsite out in the middle of the desert here with its quintet of travelers, we're going to take a brief intermission. We're going to take a brief necessities break. We're going to get up, walk around a little bit, stretch, hydrate if you haven't hydrated yet. Make sure you all be hydrating out there too. And we're going to take a brief intermission. And when we come back, we're going to see what's going on with this strange group of travelers, and we're going to see how our group will proceed. And we'll be right back in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back to Stevie Mill Plays. We're good to do what's actually going to be a pretty nice little event by the looks of it. Thank everyone for tuning in. And if you missed what happened earlier tonight, we're going to post this to YouTube. So make sure you go to youtube.com/StevieMillPlays. And so you can check out what happened before and the rest of the video once it's all been uploaded. And so hope everyone had a good intermission. When we had left off, our group had been traveling across the Shunaril Desert for hours into the night. They had taken off really right at dusk. And if you've been here before, you had been able to see the conditions in which they left the city. We would say less than favorable, but you'll have to go back and check it out if you didn't get a chance to watch it. It's pretty awesome. So is King Zelfer still in the chat? Well, let me just wish you a happy birthday, my brother. I love you. Happy birthday. I hope you had an amazing day today.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I hope you had amazing luck today. I hope everything was awesome. It sucks that you had to work. Does anyone take their birthday off if they work?
I will now because I get so much time off. But
you know what?
I didn't used to.
I do accumulate. I do accumulate a good amount of time off.
Yeah.
So I'll be taking my birthday off this year for sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. All the love. If you can't stay up late, we definitely understand. But they've been traveling north from the desert port city, north and east, for hours into the night. And they just reached the top of a sandy crested dune, and as they looked down, they saw a campfire with what looked like 5 people in the distance there around that campsite. So that's where we took the intermission. And so during the intermission, they were hatching their plan, concocting a scheme, if you will, to go ahead and approach this event. So that's where we left off. So now that I've set the stage, and again, night has fallen warmly over the desert with 1,000 brilliant white dots of light pointed in the sky. With the big blue celestial body, you wrote it down. What was the name of it?
The Emlunal Moon.
The Emlunal Moon, shining brightly, casting a bit of a sheen in the desert off in the distance. But looking down this sandy slope, you're able to see down there in the darkness the light of a fire. You see 3 people, and you're at a bit of a distance, and so you really can't tell, other than their general shapes and forms, you can't tell really who they are or what they are. But there are 3 of them sitting around a fire, and you can hear the distant echo of the occasional laugh or conversation down there. And there's one person wide around, walking in a bit of a perimeter, as if on a watch, back off in the distance. And there are 2 of these strange, well, they have thick bodies and almost like feathery scales over the tops of their bodies. Think of it as a cross between an ostrich and a camel. This creature is called, I'll name it now. It's called a Kranba. That's just the name of these sand creatures that have been discovered out here at some point in the civilization. And so now they're a docile, tamed creature that's used to transport people and goods across sandy terrain. And there are 2 of them sitting over here, 2 Kranba, with someone over here with their reins over here, grooming them, maintaining them, watching them. Hard to tell. But all together, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
Is it similar to a grotch?
Oh, he said he has collector's boosters. A grotch?
There was a creature I met in the desert one time with rags. It says it was like an elephant-like creature. Desert beast of burden.
No, those are bigger, almost like a smaller version of a woolly mammoth that's out that carries things out in the sand.
Is it like that thing from Star Wars?
Look, I can't infringe copyrights. George Lucas will sue me.
No, it's nothing like it. Don't ever mention it. No.
The mouse will settle down on this house. I'm not ready for that smoke. So these the two Kranba, someone tending them, 3 of them at the fire, and 1 on a slow, lazy perimeter around the outside, off in the distance. As the 4 of you are creeping, you do have a high enough agility to where if you want to go first, cloaking the Comanther cloak over your head and shoulders, crouching low, sweeping down the dune, you prowl to get closer.
Alright. I'll use 1 AP. Go to 9. Cast my D8.
A 4. It's a success, though not a shining success, as you, holding it over your body, you're crouching as low as you can, your feet barely
Does the
shifting.
Commander cloak give me a +1? Or?
Did you get that Commander Cloak enchanted?
Yeah.
So in a situation like this, that was for your prowl. Go ahead and roll for the Commander Cloak.
A D6?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Nah, bruh. Nah, fam.
Oh!
On a 1, I mean, it's because the Comanther itself naturally lives in a grassy habitat. When you got it, it had that dark olivish green set to it. But as you're lying low, rolling a 1 with it, prowling, it does lighten up, and sort of some of those green spots lighten up even more to where it's the lightest shade of green against the dark lit sand, with the little spots on it to belie specks of dirt, perhaps, as you're trying your best to lay low, creeping close. On a 4 for a distance and effectiveness, that will get you down the dune like this, to where, well, you can go wider if you want to. We've got
I
lots
can
of...
use my longbow at some
we've got-
time, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Good.
10, 20, 30, 40. You're about 50 to 60 feet out. As you're
It's like long to
crouching low, prowling, the Commander Cloak over your shoulders.
Alright, I will try not to move.
Okay. So, as you're creeping down the dune,
Do you want to start us off with the first joke?
Yeah, I'll walk in front of us. I'll have my lyre out,
okay?
but not playing it. And as I'm hopping over,
Are you by yourself?
yeah, I'll go by myself.
So no players or NPCs are coming with you?
Well, I mean, I was going with him, and I think that we should
Irving?
take Egan for the experience.
And Egan?
Yeah, Egan's from here.
Who has Egan's, I have Egan's. I have Egan's
You should-
character card. He is the level 1 goblin that they picked up, was it in Shunrin Port City just now?
Mhm.
No,
Yeah,
no.
Or was it
Before
in
that.
was it in
that's right.
the port before? Was it on Allrain Port?
I think it was
Okay.
on because we took him from his family, basically.
They ain't one.
I mean, and he didn't want to be there either. So
Yeah, he ain't tinker.
Look, sometimes you just gotta set out in search of danger and adventure. I mean, if that call came to you, would you just be like, oh no? Or would you rise to the challenge?
I would go with in a heartbeat, dude.
Trying to be the
No,
greatest
what if when you were like 11 years old, an old man came to you and said, "Hey, I need you to go find these 150 monsters out there in the wild and catch all of them, and they could be all over anywhere in the world, and other people are gonna have them too, and they're gonna try to hurt you with them."
Dude, yeah.
So
Ask him
11 years old, and then your mom would be like, "Oh, what a great journey! See ya, son."
I got my granola bar and a backpack. I'm fine.
Look, and you know what? You may rarely just find candy sitting around, and that's the best thing you get.
The power of friendship can take you very far.
You need friends in an endeavor like that. Who will control or pilot Egan, the goblin, your goblin ward?
I'll pilot.
I'll let chat control.
Hey.
The chat? Is there anyone in the chat who's not already sitting here? I'll give the chat one glorious option now to select Egan's first action. Would you have him walk along calmly with the group as they prepare for their event? Or would he surge on ahead, thundering with no weapon out?
Don't do that.
Or would he weakly cower behind Irving's leg, trembling in fear? What will his course of action be? Well, I'll leave it up to which character wants to pilot him. Will you say Slippy?
So,
Okay. He has HP and he doesn't have base stats, but you'd roll a d6 for his base actions.
Wait!
Well, there can't be strong sauce without weak sauce.
I'll,
Somebody said something. Just be sauce.
$69 in traditional Khajiit rogue fashion says, "Wow, he should hide."
I tell Egan I'll keep him safe. Just stay beside me.
And so, legs trembling somewhat, he's walking down the sand with you. I guess he's going to try his best to... I was going to roll it, but you're piloting him. So he rolls a d6 to try his best to puff his chest out and walk confidently.
Oh.
Egan rolls a 6! Egan rolls a 6!
Oh, Egan.
Holding his chest out in front of him, he tries to set a serious look on his face. So he walks down with the three of you down the sandy dune. You have your lyre out like you're ready to play it, and you're just walking behind them, just down the sand.
I say, hello, travelers. Would you prefer some desert night entertainment?
So as you, the first thing is you say, "Hello, travelers." They all three turn instantly, like startled to see you, right? And then as you step closer, really into the firelight, holding the lyre out, you say, "Would you care to hear a song on your adventure?"
I'm Slippy the Slime, and I came bearing rhymes.
So they're all just, this one was, sitting, and he all, falls over backwards, surprised, on his back, in the sand. These other two kind of scurry back away from the fire for a moment. They seem startled. 1, 2, 3, d6. A 5, a 1, and a 5. So the one that was startled, is on his back for a moment. As he kind of sits up, scurrying a little bit back against the campfire. The three of them all, for a moment, look completely surprised. But you're close enough now to get a semblance of the appearances of these people. Of the three of them, this one was a halfling fellow, and he's got on a thick brown coat with what looks like a heavy belt with a backpack next to him, and you can see that he's got the hilts of what look like short bladed weapons at his waist. And this one here is a taller fellow, bald-headed with long, pointy ears. He must be maybe either a half ogre or a half orc. Wide-shouldered with just a strap of leather across, like a thick strap of leather across his chest like this. You can see the markings of different colored tattoos underneath them. And he's got heavy wrist bracers on, and tattoos on his dark tan skin. And this one, looks to be, someone who you didn't really see their appearance at first because they, even in the dark around the fire, was cloaked and hooded. But as they stumbled back, long blue hair seen in a frail, thin face. We'll say it's an elf woman. And she's got on, dark, we'll say she's got on... dark orange robes with elaborate symbols all over them. And she was, and she had a heavy pack at her side and her bedroll laid out behind her. She kind of shuffles back into the dirt as well. And so in this who over here you can see now is a swordsman, and he has 2 swords. You can see them over his back, and he's got swords at his sides like this. And as soon as he kind of sees them react, he turns, and you can see that he's aware of your presence as well. You really wouldn't have noticed, but Irving can hear the crunching sounds of this person over here in the sand creeping around the two of the Kronba. You can almost hear his feet shaking in the sand. So, as you ask them if you'd play a song, this one sort of not reacting, doesn't say anything. This big, half orc fellow, back there, grins with large spined out teeth, some of them broken, right? Grins. And he says, "Oh, well, looky here. Is it a wandering minstrel?" This young elf girl, again, puts the cloak back over her head a little bit, concealing her features. She says, "Huh, and a slime at that. That's curious, this late at night. Doesn't seem right."
Oh, are you a poet yourself, miss?
Not even really looking at you. She says, I'm not sure what we should do right now. Now this halfling, who seemed to recover his senses, he rolled a 1, stands up. And he's like, "What do the three of you think you're doing, just wandering onto our camp? People like that can get their throats cut."
Well, I don't even have a throat myself, so would you like to hear a song or no? No need to raise any arms. We come bearing no harm. I'm Slippy the Slime of Zupinus LLC. We have traveled across the sea. My band is known as the Scions of Shimmerset. And if that's not good enough, we are taking Eterok bets.
Oh.
Amazing. Fantastic. I'll give you another rave point. And I will give Irving and I will give Egan, I will give them both bardic inspiration. And what that is for the duration of this event, it's a charge that you have you built up that you can use during the encounter, and it lets you add. Let's say it lets you add a 1d4 to the roll. You use it, and then when you roll the roll, you can add a 1d4. That's the power of bardic inspiration. Wow. Actually, in D&D, it's a d6, but in this game, we have to nerf it just a little bit. So, what a rave point! I'll give Irving and Egan both bardic inspiration, and the half ogre fellow is stunned into silence by the eloquence and seemingly transition of rhymes in your words. Clearly, as you let your bardic eloquence sort of wash out, it's almost like you didn't have to play the tune to get the magical effect of the words that you were saying. So as you wind the words into a rhyme, he's sort of just looking at you like this. The elf girl, actually does kind of cast a glance at you. She has deep, piercing blue eyes. He and the halfling fellow, I guess the only one of them with either a high enough intelligence or a charisma to match, will just setting his hands on his belt, kind of will lean back with a 1. He says, "Well, he does seem to be a sharp-tongued fellow." He says, and holding his hand out like this, because where the ogre is kind of still sitting, holding his hand out like this, he says, "Huh, well, all right then. Play us a song, and we'll measure your fate."
I want to have my longbow out.
Yeah, I also want to have my bow out.
So this,
Not pull.
so this question.
Yeah, just ready.
Just ready.
Okay. Hold on.
So this questioning band is questioning our fate.
What was that?
I must warn you, my friend, there is no need for hate.
Oh.
And if these rhymes are not enough for you to take this bait, then perhaps our arrival may have been too late.
Oh. No, like, yeah, that makes sense.
Spinning your words into an eloquent display, you easily sort of take command of the situation, and so he did ask you or inquire that you would play a song. So I'll give you a +1 on your next on the next song that you cast.
Okay. I'll also ask them it would be okay if we camped here until we wanted to go to Rekoppa the next day.
So you're gonna ask that before you play the song?
Ask him like as you're getting out the equipment.
Oh yeah,
Or
I'm
something
gonna
like-
incorporate that into the song.
Like, by the way, what happens the next day?
Oh. Look at all the bards. Look at all the bards we've got in the group. Look at all the bards we've got right now. Just.
It's a real life bardic inspiration.
I like expand the round book.
Makes me want to rhyme all the time.
It's infectious now. It's infectious. Just magnanimous in its
We're
scope.
gonna start cutting promos.
Wheel and deal.
That's what a bard does. That's really what you're doing right now. It's what a bard does. You know, by instead of and it is D&D-esque that the bards are known to either like de-escalate situations. It's really what kind of it's a good skill that they're known for, or like calming creatures like dragons that are angry or the demons or whatever. You know, they always like scoot the bard up and like, oh, talk to him. So yeah, I was gonna give you a +1. So as you're getting your gear out, you were thinking about the song you wanted to sing, and it was gonna be something about asking to stay here for the night.
I'm gonna hand Egan the emerald whistle, and I'm gonna tell him to keep along in tune with me. And then, Irving, you're with me, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I've never blown a whistle before.
This could be your first and last time if you mess this up, boy.
Oh no!
Just give him simple instructions. Just make just play one note on repeat on a beat, just to set like a little.
And
just like a little.
I asked you to have your
just create a little beat.
your
And then
feather
he'll play on
fan
top
do
of
a
that.
bird call along with the.
Yeah. Brazen.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to coordinate the bird call with the song as well.
Hey.
So am I using D8 for my tune?
Yeah, D8 +1, and unless you have an actual song you want to play instead, because tune is just trying to make the attempt to play a song. If you do hit the 7 or the 8, you'll learn a song based on the situation, or you can play a song. Or I thought you were going to do bird call.
Yeah, I'm gonna do bird call.
Okay, so Egan hit a 2. A 1. Did you want to roll now? Did you give him an instrument?
Yeah, I gave Egan the emerald whistle.
Egan has the whistle. Does Irving have an instrument?
I don't.
You can clap, can't you?
I can definitely clap.
Yeah, you make a beat and like clap.
All right, so you can clap and stomp your feet.
You want to roll for Brazen since he's making the bird song?
So it was swooping up in the air at this point, because you had set it off earlier before you left. And so at this point, as you've been walking for hours, it lands occasionally, but it's just been swooping around.
Wait, you're a bird and a monk, and you got like martial skills. Just incorporate that into a dance.
Can I roll for dance?
Maybe do like a monk hunt, like him.
Like a martial flourish.
Birdman.
Like he's just practicing
Dance.
his forms.
If you'd rather do that instead of trying to clap along or stomp to a beat, go ahead.
You want to do the chicken one?
A 5. So you you do get you hit a 1 + 1 because you had a +1 to that. So it does match with Egan. So he only got a 2.
Oh.
And so with you stomping along, as you're stomping along, doing monk combat moves that you learned long ago, that by practicing them over and over and over again, you can almost do them fluidly from memory.
Oh, hell yeah.
So as you start stomping along, you're just like stomp, punch, stomp, punch, and then you do a flourish of punching motion. So it's like like really really fast. But then as you're strumming your lyre, and as Egan tries, the only thing he attempts to do is to play like there's 4 little holes on the whistle. So he's only going to attempt to play each one. So he just goes do do for the first one, and then for the second one he goes do do. That's it. And so as you're kind of thrumming along to the melody, and it was on a 2, so it's only a couple of very basic notes. But as you're kind of all playing it along at the same time, it ends up kind of sounding like a kind of trying to make like a bit of a marching sound or a marching tune.
I start also chanting Zupendus, Zupendus, Zupendus.
I'll chime in on it.
And so on a 2, I guess all 3 of them are going to roll for the reactions. Wow, 5 and 2 1s. So as you've all kind of finished playing and it's silent there in the campsite for just a moment. We'll say for the 5, a 1, and a 1, we'll say the young the elf girl with her face hooded and cloaked. You would barely see the glimmer of her mouth turn to a corner of a grin. Was she entertained by it? It's hard to tell. The half orc fellow is with a 1, he's just sort of chuckling, just kind of to himself, just looking amongst the 3 of you in your attempt. The halfling fellow who also hit a 1. Claps his hands like once, twice, and 3 times. He says, "Well, aren't you quite the trio?" He says, by my guess, I'd say you'd never played together in your lives.
Oh yes, we're a traveling band that just started today.
Yeah.
So then, at that, he finally, as he kind of puts his hand back down like this, says, "Well, I'm sorry to say, but you're going to have to be disbanded, and only after one.
He's plenty.
And only after 1 day as well." Says, "Well, I would hate to say it then, but if that was your first song, it's going to be your last." The ogre, as he kind of stands up now tall, you see that he's 6.5 feet tall, wide-shouldered. You see that he doesn't seem to have any weapons, but as he tightens and flexes his muscles, you hear... Can do it with all my... Well, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't make
maybe you can't convince him, but maybe you can convince somebody else.
And as they kind of stand poised, you see her almost with her shoulders forward, begrudgingly, like she just kind of letting out a heavy sigh, stands up, and as she kind of pulls her cloaks back, you see she's wearing simple desert dress underneath it, with her mask down around her neck. But as she's bringing her hands up, you can already sort of start to see trails of. She's orange, so that trickles and trails of orange magic sort of begrudgingly she's kind of standing up, and at that command, this swordsman stepping closer now to the inside of the circle of the campfire is reaching over his back as if to reach for something.
Try to convert her. Try to say something to her, or at least maybe you can convince her or maybe somebody else to not do it. Maybe her, but I don't know about anybody else. I don't know if there's a skill you can use. But you might be able to use it.
Kick this dude into the fire.
I think if there would have been a prime time to use your raving move to re-roll a song, that may have been it.
I'm just gonna say, is there any getting around this fight?
No. So I'll let this halfling, before you do your move, and he said all of that. He said, clearly you had no idea on the campsite you stumbled up on. As if...
Sick. I quit my daggers.
So you're drawing them out. Egan, again, he's going to clutch onto that tight little sphere of magic that is his bardic inspiration. He's just going to clutch onto it, looking around. Does he have weapons on his person?
Yeah, I thought
we gave him a weapon.
He has a fishing rod.
I gave him a short
His fishing
sword.
rod.
Yeah, I thought we gave him a short.
Yeah, I gave him a short sword. Oh, it's still in my inventory. I give him a short sword.
Okay.
And then I say, I'll get you something that's a little more comfortable if you don't like that later. But for now, use it.
Don't die.
Yeah.
So as the halfling said that, his hands already drawing what supposed to be knives or daggers. He's reaching as if he's going to draw them out. His speed is roughly equal to yours, and so you're going to go ahead and get the predate kick, but he'll get at least a 1d4 as a reaction.
I'm gonna. Well, before I do the predate kick, can I move to this side a little bit to set it up so I can kick him into this campfire?
Darting.
Like,
Drum, I think.
Yeah, it's adjacent. It's adjacent, so it'll take up enough of the turn so that if you do predate kick,
Maybe they can do
depending on its success, you may or may not have extra time after the action.
Yeah.
I feel like she might be the most dangerous.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
We'll see.
predate kick is a
Oh,
1.
It definitely is.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll catch her up.
I hit a 4,
Yeah.
5,
Cool.
4, and a 2. But on your 5, as you dart deftly to the left, crunching your body down low, you spring out in a predate kick. He was going to draw his weapons, but then he instead puts his arms up in a blocking attempt with no time to get out of the way. You do kick into him hard, pushing him back, stumbling onto the campfire. But because of his small stature and his wide base, he scurried back over the fire. And there's that brief moment where he's as he has to dance away from the fire, putting him over. Damn, he had to actually kind of land in between them as they had to move to the side. As he kind of stumbled through fires and embers burning up all around his legs.
I yell out, Zupindus, assemble!
That's funny.
So
I
then,
can see all this simple.
so then it will come down to the rest of the agility 6s.
It's me.
I got a 7.
Oh, then he did take the initiative action because he was in the point, but agility 7 would go next. So you from their conversations and from what you had heard, you knew that there were 3 of them sitting around the campfire. One of them with a hard, heavy voice and a gruff, as he got up, his feet pounded into the dirt. So you knew that he was a big fellow. The smaller one with the lighter voice, you can tell from his sound and his size that he was a smaller halfling-like creature. But that mellow monotone of that elf female does kind of bother you. Doesn't really give anything away as to her skills or her motives.
Okay.
But you also heard someone around the other side of the Kranbas, just sort of standing there. And as you hear Slippy plow himself into motion, throwing himself at one of someone around the campfire, and you hear boom boom shh, the rushing of flames, and you hear embers sparking. This person isn't moving at all. They're staying behind the Kramba. But it is your turn, as everything now starts to kind of spin into motion.
I'm going to go around the Grandpa and try and sneak up behind the other one over there to the side and just see if I can knock him out. The one that's just standing still.
Okay. So, creeping low a little bit, you go lurching off to the side. And
Yeah, for real.
you hear, the boots shaking in the sand, right? And, something rattling on the reins of the Kramba, right? Is shaking. As you creep around, that sound stops as if someone had let go of the reins. And then you hear the stepping of someone as if they're trying to run away. Roll a d6.
Hey. Roll a different D6.
A 6. Roll it again. A second 6. Roll it again.
Do we get the third? No. That's a 1.
2 6s is definitely enough to leap forward once, and then the second one you leap higher. You're letting your wings furl out behind you in that brief moment, giving you boost in momentum. You feel your feet slam into something heavy. Boof! And then as you land, you feel it land in a heavy frump underneath your legs. Boom. And you can feel it rising. So you hit it broadside in its back and knocked whoever it was down. Boom, and you're standing over them.
Nice. How would you feel? I'm just gonna hold him there and say, how would you feel about joining Zupindus LLC?
So you hear a weak mutter. You say, please don't kill me.
Join our company.
Says, oh no, I'm going to die, aren't I? You're going to kill me.
Not if you join our company.
He's very persistent.
So because it's the middle of a pitched battle, and he saw them running into attack, he seems to be just in a heightened state of fear.
I got something I can do for him. If I can find it real quick.
Just tell him stay off the way.
Don't you have like a calm spell?
I do.
Hey.
Calm heart, 1 AP, and I'm using AP. And
Nice.
Calm down.
Irving's going to use his calming
There's
heart
an obvious
technique.
choice to make here.
Bro, just chill out. Nobody's gonna.
With a
get
3, as you put your hand down, you feel it on his back, right? Letting your chi energy radiate out from your outstretched hand. You attempt to let the calming heart technique, settle in from your body. With a 3, he's breathing hard and trembling there face down in the sand. The 3, does his body visibly relax under your grasp? It's hard to tell if it was subtle, if anything, but it wasn't enough to really sway him. As he's kind of pleading there, you can hear the sounds of his fingers scratching around in the sand.
Just whoa, calm down. Don't hurt yourself. I don't want to hurt you. I just want you to join our company.
A 5. Roll a 1d4.
I can't imagine 5 on a 4. Come on.
A 4. Roll again.
Oh, let's go. Let's roll another 4.
Wait, not that.
Oh, another
Knock the
4.
five
Second
down to
4.
1.
No, I don't think I can match it.
I mean, that's 2 4s.
2
so.
4s with
Let's
that.
go.
Big.
Let's roll, yeah.
That's 3 4s. You got it.
3 4s.
Roll
Let's
again.
go.
Remy, can he hit 5?
I mean, he doesn't need to now.
Oh no.
That's 3 4s though.
And so you felt his body shifting subtly underneath you. Instinctively, you reach your hand up, catching his wrist, his hand holding a rock.
Oh.
So I'll give you a passive skill, and I'll call it close quarters.
Irving said,
Quarters.
And we'll say it's a twice a day passive combat move, to where if someone in close quarters is going to attempt to do a sneak attack or a sneak move on you like that, close quarters will let you roll an extra d4 aside from your evasion roll.
nice.
As befitting from a close quarters, a blind fighting monk. So you reached up, as he was half turned around holding it up. Now roll a d6 to try to subdue him. Do you have your knife still in your hand, or are you striking with fists?
I have both of my daggers in my hands.
Will you?
I guess I de-equipped one to grab his wrist, so I got one in my hand for sure.
Okay. A 2.
Oh.
Well, on a 2, you hit him over the back of the head with the pommel of the knife.
Can I use my bardic inspiration to add a d4 to it?
Yes, you definitely can. Time rewinds.
A 3.
A 3. You flip the dagger around into the stabbing position,
Nice.
and you strike it into his back.
Nice.
He lets out a wail, but no sound comes out. Holding the knife into him, you're just kind of holding it there for a moment, as his body's still trembling under the weight of your own.
I mean, I'm just gonna like get down on his level and be like, you should have joined our company.
Putting your head down to where you can feel his hot breath hitting against the sand beneath him. You whisper in his ear. It's like, what's about to happen next is not going to be stupendous.
At least not for you. I'm gonna loot your core.
Well, yeah, that's as you jerk the weapon back out. That's enough. As his body spasms one more time and then stops moving.
Poor guy. Poor gal. I can't see.
Next, agility 6. Go ahead.
I want to use my longbow, take a shot at this guy. Can I use my bardic inspiration to add to it as well?
Oh, you didn't receive any bardic
Oh, I
inspiration.
didn't.
Oh.
I couldn't see it. I witnessed it.
Use the water boat. Fire.
Would that help?
You know, make it hard for them to see. I don't know if they have their torches set up.
There's no torches set up.
The moon is very illuminating.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the lunal is shining brightly, and there's 1,000 stars in the sky. And so the fire does cast a warm yellow light around this area, illuminating it. Without it, you'd be fighting at night.
And see, if I go
At
for this
night.
guy, if I go for that, everybody's gonna see it. If I go for this guy, maybe they won't. If I can get a good enough shot
So at this distance,
with my longbow.
if you want to try to expend some turn to get closer, you can. Though you will end up with less shots. You'll end up with less shots, and I mean the small risk of being noticed, I suppose. But
Can you still hit him from
I mean,
there?
yeah,
sure, he has a longbow.
I've been waiting for a situation to use my longbow. I'd rather keep the distance and just.
Okay.
Maybe they won't notice.
It'll force them not to go out further, too.
I would like to try to recruit that girl. She seemed like she would be entertained to be with us. So,
I'm glad I killed
if
that
she's a
guy.
powerful mage, we could always use that. So, yeah, I'm gonna go on this guy. Could me and Drum possibly use twin shot?
What's your agility?
4.
So if you want to twin shot with his turn, it'll just take actions away or time away from your turn when it comes around. But I'll give you a twin shot now if you guys want to take one. You're a good distance away at the top of the sandy hill.
Did he get the inspiration?
No.
Okay.
You're at the top of the sandy hill up here, so you actually would have a bit of high ground, and you're about at level with them. There we go.
Nice.
So yeah, if you guys want to attempt a twin shot on the same target.
Yeah.
Do
Okay.
we have to? Does it have to be the same target? I thought we could do.
Yeah, I was going to ask that,
I
too.
thought twin shot was just we both
'Cause-
shoot at the same time.
Yeah, so, because we used it on the same target, but I don't know if...
Yeah, you have to be aiming at the same target to get advantage on the target that
that
you're
makes
each.
sense.
But if we were to shoot at the same time, 2 different targets, but still us rolling to shoot at the same time, could that possibly turn into a different team shooting skill?
I would say for now you'll have to target the same targets, but if those shots hit other targets in their trajectory,
Yeah, otherwise you couldn't do it at a turn without the skill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's just go. You just want to go for the twin shot?
Yeah, we'll go for the twin shot. Which bow are you using?
My longbow.
And that does what kind of damage?
It's aqua.
Okay, because I'm using the scorching bow, which does the fire damage.
okay. Your
And
shot,
it's,
your
two-
shot,
Yeah, and it's 2 AP.
2 MP.
For the twin
And with
shot.
Let's
this-
see yours coming. They shouldn't see mine. Maybe they'll be distracted by your flaming arrow shot that they
Yeah.
won't see the water one.
Let them rip.
Wait, and then do we roll the d4 after? Oh no, we don't get the inspiration. I don't know why I keep thinking I
Bardic
get that. I don't know why I keep thinking I get.
You want it?
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
That's a 5 and a 6.
Oh,
Hey!
the 6. Re-roll that.
Into the 5.
Yeah, you can hit the 5.
You want me to try? I'll try.
It doesn't matter because we get advantage.
Yeah, you get the 6 as your.
So yeah.
I
You
hit a
get
5.
Yeah. So we hit a 6.
So that is a 6, and so as you bring up the arrow, and again, the fire effect doesn't happen until you fire it. So as you hold it back, aiming the best you can, he's the farthest target away. And so as you both let your arrows go at the same time, it's a bright woof of flame coming out of the top of the arrow, like this big around the arrow, as it letting out a streak of smoke as it arcs in the air. So seeing, he's going to get a reaction to that, but you hit a 6. He had a 1, dang.
Oh.
So he was drawing his sword out as this literal flaming arrow is coming at him. He went to bring up his weapon to swing around and hit it, but literally at the same time, this gust of water with an arrow embedded in it, coming out of the seemingly darkness on his side, strikes him here in his side so hard, and the water blasts around it with such force that as he swings his sword around too high, the flaming arrow strikes him right in the base of his neck on top of his chest. Boof! The flames spill out over his chest, and as the arrow sinks deep into the base of his neck, letting out a gurgling sound, nothing comes out but smoke from his mouth.
Hell yeah. Was there steam coming off because of that aqua?
Yeah, the water hit him hard in the side, and the flames hit him up top here. And so, yeah, there is that moment where this and steam's coming out of his mouth with the smoke as he just falls back into the sand. That went right over her head by a couple of feet. So as soon as that happened and she turned and saw it,
Hell yeah.
she mutters a curse under her breath, right? Orange magic surges up and dances and lights up, extending from her fingertips. And as soon as she puts both hands up above her head, that magic sort of intermingles and entwines together. And then from that bit of an orange sparkling magic ball, she expands her hands out in a single instant. And out from it, lands on the ground next to her, forming, shaping, elongating, growing into an orange, spectral, magical energy wolf as it's all of a sudden standing there on all fours, growling. It's made out of that orange magical energy. You can almost just see through it, but it's a spectral wolf just standing there right next to her, growling. She looking up at the top of the hill, from the source of wherever that flaming arrow came from. She looks up, and as she twists her hands like this, it takes off, bounding in loping steps.
Oh,
boom,
no.
boom, boom. Instantly just taking off to cover the distance. It's going to come adjacent to Egan on his turn. But now we're going to go to the next agility 6. That was.
I get one shot.
Yeah. You fired one shot and
I
you
didn't move,
and you
so-
didn't move. So go ahead.
All right. I'm gonna use my bow of raining arrows again. Been upgraded twice.
To fire which
You're
one?
just Piccolo.
Raining arrows. I wanted to go for this guy. Drum still has a turn coming up,
Yes.
and so I think I might just go for this guy and let Drum help Egan. Because if I get a guy on land on this guy, that's gonna help you out too, and you can help Egan.
Can
You're the
you?
closest person to him.
Is there something that you could do? Because yes, I want to rescue Egan. Is there something you could do to mess with the dog?
You want me to shoot the dog instead?
Yeah.
I wanted to go for this guy, but yeah, I can't shoot the dog.
Yeah, shoot the dog.
It is closer and it's bounding, and it's made out of that orange, brightly lit magical energy, just bounding along.
Alright, maybe the water will put it out. Let's see what happens. Alright, I'll use is this just a D6 for that?
Yeah, if you're shooting it just a regular bow. Is the bow
It's
raining
a
arrows?
bow of raining arrows. Okay, it's not regular.
You're right. Short range, you turn to the side, pulling it back, watching the hound. Boom, boom, boom. With a 4, as soon as you let the arrow out, the water surging around the arrow streaks. The wolf is so incredibly fast, it hits it in its hind quarters. As soon as the arrow hits it and the water splashes over the side of it, no steam rises off of it, so it's not made of fire or any kind of fire magic. But it does let out a loud barking sound as it takes the strike. Its haunches hit the sand, and its back legs sort of scurry for just a moment. It's going to get close enough to Egan. Ooh. Egan is adjacent to it now. It's in that moment where it's about to try to recover its footing, but it took the arrow shot in its hindquarters, and its back end scrambled against the sand for just a moment. Coming adjacent to Egan. What's his action?
Get out of there!
Yeah, for real.
Egan's gonna ready a short sword.
Egan has a short sword.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna attack it while it's down.
Because of his strength, he rolls a 1d4.
Ooh. Maybe he should run away. Maybe he should run away.
Get out of there!
He's gonna.
Is it Egan's time to shine?
Well,
1d4,
or
you
is it
said.
time to be dined on?
He's gonna swing at it.
It's a 1.
I'm gonna use that bardic inspiration.
Add a 1d4. Plus 2. So that's a 3. So he brings the sword up, and it's heavy. He can barely bring it around. As he does, he lets out a weak... You can do it, Egan! Bring it down, and it had scurried around as it was getting its footing. He actually lands a blow on its body, back behind its shoulder. It slashes in, and the sword sinks heavy into the sand from the force of the strike. So he definitely hit it. As it scampers to try to recover itself back up to its feet, it was going to try bounding back at Sprinkles because of the strike it had taken. But as it went to let out a a jump because of the injury it just took and the shot it took to its back hind legs. It lets out a half a hop, like its back legs pushing a little bit as it's at half speed, now trying to move towards where you're standing.
Let's go again.
Yeah, good for Egan.
You gotta hit in and live to tell the tale.
Nice.
So now we'll come around to the next agility. Oh, actually, that's enemies. Hang on, that's enemies. So he already. So yeah, this big half orc fellow with the big meaty hands. As you landed from your kick, knocking the halfling across the flames, and then arrows come raining around and magics, all this stuff swirling around you as it's all happening. You looked up just in time to see him with his huge fists. He hits the sand one time, and you notice that the sand is out from the spot where he pounded his foot. He then just brings his left hand around in a hard driving attack.
We got a brawler, boys.
You roll a 3. Roll a d6 to evade. A 1. With a 3 on a 1, as you went to dart back, you take a glancing blow from the side of his arm. It still hit with an impact that you weren't expecting. It staggers you back 4 damage. I'm so sorry on the d4. 4 damage in your back 1 block. As he's in 1. Looking back to make sure that he's still kind of stamping out the flames on his legs and the embers from you kicked him across the fire. Looking back, he sees that he's lying down on the ground. So muttering a curse up under his breath, he's going to kind of look back up at you. And, as you're kind of reeling from the attack, he's going to pound his fists together, and he's going to be like, gotta finish this quick.
I don't even think he knows that half of his party is dead.
So he does get one more action, though, and so he's going to, I guess because you are the closest target, he's going to kind of do with his other foot, like a long stepping in close again. This time as his foot stomps the ground again, the sand out from a wide bit, 2 or 3 feet in a sweep around his foot as he stomped. And this time with his other fist, with his knuckles clenched so tight you can even see the wiring of the veins just bulging out of his hands and his arms. Comes shrieking it around so hard that you swear for a moment it makes the air whistle. That's a 4. Why do I hype it up so much for these rolls?
Roll 1d4 against him.
Oh, roll 1d6. 1d6 to evade. Your agility's good. Oh, you want to hit it?
Oh.
He danced around it to hit a 3. What kind of armor do you have on?
The shifting slime suit. Yeah.
So it is armor, though it's made on plates to extend as your body extends and moves. As you went to hop up, out, and away, the armor takes some of the impact. So as he whistled in and hit you right in the chest as you were leaping, it knocks you back another block, and you take 1d4 minus 1 damage. Well, that's 1 minus 1. The armor saved you. No damage.
Let's go.
Hey. Nice.
I am the Grand Slime, and you're about to have a bad time.
So now it comes down to... go ahead, your turn.
Okay. Well, we need to take out the rest of them, but we want to be a little diplomatic with that one with the crazy powers. Okay. Just a lot to think about here. Strategic.
Oh, take your time. Take your time. I've got this.
You gotta shake the table to denote that it's a crazy time. Right now.
You are surveying the battle as it's
Yeah.
playing out before you, standing high atop the sandy dune. Gives you a moment to strategize.
So he just hit him.
He pushed him back with 2, and he's been doing his best to dodge to and fro. But even the glancing blows are even still knocking him back steps and steps, as his even glancing attacks are still strong enough to at least push him back each time. His strength seems to be impressive.
The big fellow with the strength.
Take a shot at.
I was thinking about doing a shot, but I think since I'm going to use the channel at 4 AP on the fire spin.
Nice.
So it's a 6 AP charge on a fire spin. I'm going to throw it right at him.
Let's go.
Could you hand the pizza?
What? Do you? Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's go. Thank you.
That's a 6.
A 6.
Oh, no.
Roll it again.
Might give it
So as your hand opens up, and there's that moment where the fire disc appears in your hands, but because you had drawn in and channeled so much energy beforehand, as soon as it appears, it zzzz, until it's this massive, like 4 foot wide disc of fire swirling in your outstretched hands above you. You have to hold it up like this now because it's so wide that you can't do it. You don't want to get too close to you.
Hell yeah.
You swirl around one time, and as you're gauging the distance with your eyes, with it swirling over your head, it's casting a huge amount of light down from where you're standing, illuminating where you're standing at for that moment. And as you let out a... And you know, because it's got so much fire around it, as it's spinning in its motion, it's letting out like fires radiating off of it in a bit of spiraling wisps of fire. Shh. It's and with a 6, it's gonna come in kind of streaking right in this direction. But he's gonna try to get out of the way. A 5. So he tries to lunge right towards where the Kranbas are positioned at. He couldn't go this way because it was coming in low, and he wouldn't have been able to make it. So he had to dodge the other way. He slams into the Kranba with all of his strength as he's just trying to get out of the way. It catches him hard on the arm. The flames basking over him. You hear him yell "Ah!" as the fire spin hits the ground here. He slammed into these Kranbas so hard that this one knocked into this one. Irving, roll D6.
Roll slap. Roll 6.
A 2. You were getting up from just ending that fellow's life.
Poor guy.
The Kranba on this side of you. You then hear a huge as the fire spin whips through the air. It must have landed on the other side of you somewhere. Then there's a big shuffle of motion next to you, and this Kranba that was next to you, peacefully docile, is pushed and nudged hard into your side. It slams into your broadside as you fall over onto the ground. You take 1d4 minus 1. 1 minus 1. Look at that.
Hey.
That is 0. You land on the ground hard, knocking the wind out of you, but dealing no damage. This Kranba fell over completely, and this one was unreined now, is going to start like walking or trotting over here to get away. As the fire spin again hits the sand. The fire spin hits the sand so hard.
Good, yeah.
The fire spin hits the sand so hard, as it spins into it, it first cuts a deep groove, burning the sand. As the whole thing dissipates and sort of flares out and disappears, it left a groove of black soot in the sand, but it also fused the top layer where it impacted into glass. So there's a deep groove of solid glass that's laid into the sand right there.
I want that.
That is sick.
That's pretty cool.
From the intensity of the heat.
I'm trying to suplex somebody.
And as he putting his hand on the Kranba that had fallen over, trying to get up, this arm is covered from his elbow all the way up to his arm, all the way up here and on his back. It's all burned, just smoke rising from it. But as he's getting up, you also notice something unusual, that as soon as he kind of took that damage and he's getting up, you see all the tattoos that are around it, all sort of starting to glow and hum for some reason, all around it. And even the ones on his arms where the damage was not done on his hands or his wrists are humming and starting to glow just the faintest bit of a purplish color. He gets up, his burned arm hanging weakly at his side. As he gets up, his eyes seem to have taken a different expression. They're even more hostile now, as they seem to be a magic radiating behind them, pulsing. Standing up, he's looking, he looks up the hill for a second, seeing you kind of standing up there, but his eyes are dead focused on you now. So yeah, you're going to get a turn first, but as his turn comes around, he seems to be charging up, preparing for something. And I'll let you take, you did the channel into the fire spin. That definitely caused a good deal of disruption, caused a ton of damage. Spectral Wolf. Does Egan want to take any more actions before his turn ends?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna use them to save an item. That's why that's cool.
I'm back up next to you or something.
No, I was about to get silly with where I'm standing at.
You could send him around where I was at because he saw me leave it and go over around the carriage.
Which right next to where the guy is, though.
If I was to get an extra, I was going to say anyway to have Egan go up to where I am and me go down to where he is.
So you want to take the rest of your turn to make your way down the bank?
Yeah, and he can swap up to where I am so he's safe and I'm down there.
Yeah, so once you get there, you can start giving him the order.
Yeah.
Issuing him the order, so that's where that will end right there.
And the only reason I was saying that is because the guy that was over there, I killed him already. He's dead.
Yeah.
So it would just be me behind there.
I didn't want to have Egan walk through all this around.
Yeah, Egan needs to be safe now that he's gotten a swing in.
Fair.
Got a swing in.
Yeah.
So now it comes back around to the top of the agility. Brushing the fire off of him. He, watching his half orc friend here up ahead, just swinging away. The fire spin that came down from the top of the sand dune was immense, just this huge. So there's a moment where he kind of takes a step back, and he's like, geez, well, Dina, it might be time for us to go ahead and beat a retreat. And she goes, are you serious? It's like, they're paying us to do a job, He says, well, it's not worth losing our lives over. We're almost outmatched.
Talk her out of it.
Who's the closest?
And she says, and she looks back, and she looks back at him, and she looks back at him smugly, and says, "Oh well, you should be worried about yourself in this then." She says, "Why don't you go up there and back up your friend?" And he says, he looks at her and says, "Don't forget our deal." Saying that, he's going to take the rest of his action, coming around the fire close enough. He's gonna trying to line up evenly with you. The first thing he's doing is drawing two looking silver daggers out from his wristband. He's gonna hurl both of them directly at you over that distance. A 1 of 3. Roll d4. Well, I appreciate you changing that to a 5. One of them missed. One of them missed a 1-on-1. As he was, hitting you and knocking you back, and then the fire spin again swept over you. As you were preparing for your next action, he came back around the fire and whipping knives at you. You ducked out of the way of one, but another one, thunk, sinks into you. Almost halfway up to the hilt. You just look down at it. It's a little bit of silver engraving sticking out, and the handle. You're just like, oh. That's 3 damage. 3 damage and talking, movement, attack. Okay, that's it for him. Agility 6s.
Wait, he's got something.
Oh, agility 7. I keep forgetting that you're fast as fluff.
Yeah, dude. I'm just gonna try and make my way on around that obstruction. I don't know really what it was, but like where that I went around to get the guy, that thing that was right there in the way.
This Kramba, this animal here, there's one that seemed to have been trotted off, but there is one that was lying down. As your turn's starting, it's trying to get itself to stand back up again.
Can I jump on it?
Yeah, roll a 1d6.
Nice.
That'd be cool.
I'm gonna take it for some business. I'm not
Yeah,
taking
with a
it
3.
no
Oh, a 3. I mean, it was already just trying to get up, and you were right next to it. So as you brush up against it with your leg and put your hands over it as it's getting up, you reflexively just leap over onto the top of it. And it does eventually stand up, I mean, you're not heavy, and so it doesn't add a lot of weight to it. And they're meant to travel and carry large packs anyways. So as it gets back up onto its 4 legs, there's that moment where you are just like on the back of it. And he is like right here preparing his attack, but his back is to you down here on the other side. Now that you're mounted it, he's right here.
I'm gonna try and stab at him with the corresponding dagger.
A 2. You went to draw it out and you slice, but it's just a foot short. But you know he's gonna have a reaction to that as you slice, and he feels the Karamba getting up, turning behind him. He looks as you slice it. Only short, he had his fist balled up. The tattoos starting to glow and pulse right around the areas where he was wounded and burned. Turning and looking at you sitting on the Karamba, he in one hasty motion reaches around like this and hits the Karamba in the face as hard as he can.
Yo,
Boom!
you gotta die.
He hit it so hard that its head gets rocked back as it tumbles backwards. Now roll a d6 to now not get to roll a d6 to dismount gracefully.
Can I just roll to flap my wings like a slow fall roll almost?
Try it. You can roll the d6.
3.
A 3. That's it's gonna be enough for you to, as you try to swing one leg around, you landed, but as its whole body again was about to fall over, it hits you hard, and you have to it kind of knocks you hard in a way, falling down onto the ground, unconscious. Let's say when its body draped up against you, we'll say it was 1d4 halved damage. 3 halved, it's 1. 1 Karamba damage.
And I'm knocked unconscious?
No, the Karamba was knocked unconscious.
Oh, I was like, strong punch.
Oh, it is 11:58.
It is almost time for minutes to midnight.
45 seconds.
We will freeze everything here after he took his turn. We'll go into the agility 6s as minutes to midnight, which will be 60 seconds, where we're going to try our best to see how many 20s they can roll on the d20.
Yeah,
it's always fun.
Do you have the blue big random D20?
Just put blue.
You
That
can't
one with
always
the blue.
distract.
It's 15 seconds.
Ooh, sick. Oh,
It's I don't know what this is gonna do though.
10
We have to
seconds.
kill that first.
T-minus 8.
5 seconds.
Minutes to midnight starts now. Looking for 20s. Looking for 20s. 12, 16, 10, 8, 7.
Oh, got
Hey,
one.
I see a gold 20.
Hey.
Who will hit that 1?
Hey. Oh,
I saw another 1.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh.
Where are the 20s at?
Oh, there's one.
Hey!
That's
Hey.
20.
Hey,
Nice.
220s.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's one.
Oh, the 20s. It is midnight, y'all. It is midnight.
Cool.
Oh,
Dude, third. Nice.
So who got exactly 120?
That is.
You get a rave point.
Nice.
Who got exactly 220s?
And that's 20 rave points now.
Beautiful.
Jeez.
You got exactly 220s?
Yeah.
So I will give you a. I'll give you an HP potion, an AP potion, and I'll let you roll 1d4 times 50 mil.
Let's get this guy. But once he's done and it's these two, I want to try to be
3
diplomatic
times
with
50?
these two.
A 3?
Yeah.
150 now.
That guy, but that's
Who got more than
Yeah,
2?
we can't with her, but
I got exactly 3.
You got 3 20s. So I will give you a Wraith point, and I will give you a... I'll let you increase any one of your blank-a-day moves by 1.
Whoa. Oh, man. Epic.
What a choice. I know you got 10. Well, while you contemplate that, it will come around to the other agility 6s as we get right back to the combat. What started out as a melodic scene of music and bardicness quickly escalated into full-scale combat out here in this campsite out in the desert. So as the night stretches out, fire's getting spun and Krambas are getting knocked over, and people are getting shot with arrows and knocked around. It's been a pretty pitched battle so far. So now it comes down to either Slippy's or Sprinkles' turn.
I'm gonna use. Or did you want to go first?
You can go first.
I'm gonna use predate predator zombie on this guy.
He's not expired. He's not dead.
Oh no, it was to leech.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, go ahead.
It's,
You're right. That's
1 MP to leech. She is a D6. I'm gonna use raving predate foe to re-roll.
nice.
Just
A 4. Nice. So, lunging at him, you kind of throw yourself over his body, sort of like this, and to grab onto him to try to leech some of his life essence. And as you grab onto him, there is that moment where the ability takes effect. You hit a 4, so you heal back 2 HP. It also kind of sucks a bit of that life essence out of him. Though now you're kind of stuck onto his body, and so now reaching and grabbing a bit of your slimy flesh, he's going to kind of perk you up like this. Again, his arm burned, the skin falling off in caked pieces, and hanging off in burned chunks. But he's going to try to use his other hand to just punch you away from him as hard as he can. Well, it's a 2.
D6.
Yeah. A 5. Bracing your body, he does hit your armor, clang. It does knock you off of the leeching grasp to where you're landed back in front of him again. Go ahead and do another action.
Okay. I think this is this is a 3D. I'm gonna use predate singe.
Okay.
And that's a D8. It's a 4.
A 4. So lunging at him again. This time, he seems to be a little more prepared as he hits the 4. He was going to actually just bring his arm around and hit you as you jumped at him. But because you sort of reached up and kind of wrapped your body around his outstretched punch, as soon as you activate Singe, your body instantly lights up with that hot, flaming magic energy again. This time as you singe and burn his hand on this side from the wrist all the way down to the knuckle. He lets out a yell, like doubling back, lifting his arm up, lifting you up into the air in panic. As he staggers back 1 step and then 2, like the burn started to burn up his wrist. The tattoos all on his arm start lighting up as they now connect with these that were already glowing. And now all the tattoos just let out a big purple hum all at the same time, right? His eyes light up a purple for just a brief moment. He's letting out a huge battle yell. He shouts, "Ah!" And he slams you onto the ground with all of that combined magical strength. I'm sorry, it's a 12. You take 9 damage.
Oh, man.
What do you mean by that?
It's 9. Well, okay, it's 9 minus 1 because of your armor, so it'd be 8 damage.
What do you got? I'm at 4 HP.
Man.
And it's you felt yourself whistling through the air from the swing, and then there's just the moment of impact and you're out.
He's unconscious?
Yes. Boom! And to those that were standing around watching, there was even a purple streak of energy from his swing as you hit the sand so hard it lets a boof out sweeping around you. It's silent for a moment. He's not moving. That'll be your turn. This spectral hound is sort of bounding, shuffling towards you in half steps and shuffles, not very quickly.
I'm gonna ignore it and use my longbow and take a shot at this guy.
10, 20, 30, 40.
Or could me and Drum do twin shot again? At the same target?
And he'd have to use up, like you did last time, where you got 2 actions instead of 3. You'd have to forfeit another one if you guys want to try it again.
I'll go for
I
it.
think it's worth it to kill this thing that's about to kill him.
Yeah, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
Man, they ain't got no combos. I ain't hear no bell.
That guy might do something. 3, 2, 1.
2 5s.
2
Let's go.
5s.
I
Wow.
ain't hear no bell.
Hey.
So with the 2 of you, drawing your arrows at the same time, and as soon as he slam, there's that moment where it was silent. Drawing his hand back, his chest was visibly exposed. So as the 2 of you loose your arrows at the same time, there's the whistling of the fire as it shrieks out of your arrow, and again that same you used the water longbow, right? That surging of water as soon as the arrow looses from the bow. Shh! They both strike him, boom, right here at the same time. They both hit each other, the fire briefly flaring up over his chest before the water surges over him. Both arrows strike him, boom, boom, right here. As he steps back 1 and 2 steps, 3 steps again this time, blood starting to trickle down the spot where now the 2 arrows are just sticking out like this. He's kind of looking down at him again. Now, is this hand burned and singed up to the wrist? This hand burned from the wrist all the way up to the shoulder and the chest. Now arrows sticking out of him. He's just sort of stepping back, looking down at them in that moment where he took the full impact of the damage. He seems just frozen there looking at it. Like, he hasn't taken his turn yet, so he can't really react. But you get another action.
If I use my prowl again, would I hide myself from that on a successful enough roll? I wanted to prowl over here, or is my location already known?
No, yeah, it's already got an eye on you.
Okay. I mean, it's still not even moving that fast. I'm just gonna take a shot on this guy.
Okay.
Would the longbow be better here, or does it matter? Is the medium with the jolting bow?
I would say if you want to use a longbow for this, it'll suit you better because it's 10, 20, 30, 40. It's at least 50 feet out that
I'll
you're
use the
still.
longbow then. Maybe it'll put out the fire on the way. Yes!
A 5,
Oh,
nice. This time as you line it up, you foomp, and this was the aqua longbow? Yeah,
Well,
that's
it's the bow of raining arrows.
bow of raining
2
arrows.
times upgraded.
So as soon as the arrow leaves again, this time it's that same familiar swirling of jettison of water that streaks out in a comet-like arc from the arrow as it. He's gonna get an evasion roll. So having a knife. Having a knife in his hand, he went to kind of draw it up to knock the shooting, streaking water arrow out of the way. It was clearly folly, as it not only knocked the weapon out of his hand, but hit his arm, grazing away, causing a deep gouge along his arm for the strength of the arrow. The water splashes over him, and he turns hard from the damage. Now blood.
Put the fire out?
No, it streaked over it.
Okay.
Blood now running down this arm and leaking out of to the sand. It's her turn. He did call her Dinah. That's not her full name, but so that's the end of her name. But
Okay.
so Dinah, sweeping her eyes over the battlefield again, says, Grak, we're losing.
Just make eye contact with me.
There's that moment, at the beginning where she swept over and looked at you
Can I
first.
say
And
something?
no, you're too far away.
Okay.
So as she, again, puts her hands up like this, the orange magic energy that swirls above her is kind of growing for just a moment. But then as she does her first turn, she just pokes it like this out in your direction. That ball of swirling magical orange energy instantly bursts into like 20 little tiny little orange spectral birds, all of them in a flock all at the same time, all of them streaking at you. It's a D8 move. It's a 7. Roll a D6 to evade.
Could I attempt to use my prowl to evade them?
They're all just flying in at different kind of directions. They're all like little tiny, almost maybe like big hummingbirds with needle-pointed beaks, but they're all made out of orange spectral energy.
What about bite attack?
That lets you charge up your...
Okay, I'll make fair. Could like bide me time or something. Alright. I guess I'll just roll this D6 and see what happens.
Oh, it's the 1. As you went to draw your cloak back and dive away, they were all coming at such, different directions and motions that even as you dove to the side, you feel thunk, 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 as a bunch of them hit your body. Sheesh. So instead of the 1d8, it'll be 1d6 plus 1 damage. 5 plus 1, that's 6 damage. Landing hard in the sand, they hit you and then sort of dissipated away into that same orange energy, so they're gone. But the marks that they left are still very real, as there's blood trickling down from half a dozen little spots on your arms and on the side of your chest. So now that was her first action. Sweeping her gaze in this direction, it's Drum that she sees next, right? So as she reaches down for a moment and does this motion like this, her hand leaves a streak of that orange magic in the space in front of her. Shh, like this, right? And then she it stands there for a moment. She almost reaches around and grabs it, right, with one hand. And then grabbing it like this, it almost takes a flexible motion. As she sort of throws it in the air, it turns into a spectral serpent, easily 6 feet long. And now it's landing in the sand here, because how far she threw it. Well, actually, hold on. Well, 5. Okay. Landing here, this spectral serpent is now going to start winding towards where Drum is standing. And for her last turn, looking over to where they're, instead of attacking you, is her last action, looking over towards where these two are standing. She's going to, as she swirls her hand up like this, and this orange energy seems to come up and coalesce out of her hands, it turns itself into like a ball, right? And she's going to attempt to throw it over at him. It's a 1.
Let's go.
She went to throw it, and it's going to land on the ground here next to the campfire. But as soon as it lands, it explodes out, making a hard-formed, thin piece of hard magic on the ground. And maybe it was meant to land on it and form a protective cover.
I'm so glad that
So that is her turn. Agility 5s?
I'm 4.
Agility 4, go ahead.
All right. Well, let's keep in mind I am wearing the Earth Form robes, which is a gathering robe, twice upgraded. I'm also wearing Cinder gloves, which have been upgraded once to have, burning effect.
Okay.
So I have that going for me as far as defense and attack and stuff. I would like to unequip my Scorching Bow, and I would like to equip my Scimitar. And so I have the 2 turns left.
Yes, you have 2 now.
Is there a way I could either use 1 to kind of ready it for the snake, or if I could use my focus skill on the swing when it comes at me?
Focus is a predate. It's like a predate. Well, not should say predate, but it's a move you do before you. It's focusing into something.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to. But that has to even be a moment where you stop and focus on your mind on what you're going to do. Clear your thoughts.
Could I perhaps focus the ready of the sword?
Yeah, if you're gonna take one action to do the ready, go ahead and use focus.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is for the focus. That's a 5.
Nice. So as the serpent again slithering in the sand, about this wide and about 6 feet long, slithering towards you. You know, its mouth just seems to be big and bulbous. You can already see it's preparing to open its mouth. You stop, clear your thoughts, focusing, trying to push everything out, holding the scimitar behind you, waiting. So I'll give you a +1 on your defense. As it does get close enough, it's going to spring and strike with a 1.
Nice.
A 1 + 1. With a 2, you flip the blade around into the flat of the scimitar, slapping it in its pounce. It lands in the sand next to you. Boom! Roll the counterattack.
A 6.
A 6. Roll it again.
Roll it again.
Well, this time, while it's trying to coil itself around, you've already brought your scimitar around, yelling, "Oh!" right into the sand. Boom! As soon as you cleave it in the center in half, it instantly just sprinkles away into orange magic. Gone.
Oh, yeah.
You certainly hit hard. So that was the ready, that was the deflection, and then that was the counterattack. So I think that's going to be your turn. So now we come around to he's the last one. Gritting his teeth against this onslaught of attacks, he was about to launch another offensive when 2 arrows sunk into his sternum. Reaching out with one hand, he tries to grab them as if to move them or break them, and then realizes that he probably shouldn't. So, gritting his teeth, he sees you standing there, still, unconscious, lying on the battlefield. So, grumbling to himself, he goes to back up a step, and we'll say that he does notice where Irving is kind of trying to creep around. Irving's trying to creep around this Kranba. So, looking over at you, he's going to grit his teeth, and he's going to try to charge directly at you. Because he's injured and staggering, he's going to roll a 1d6. Irving, roll to evade.
Let's do it.
A 1.
I'm taking damage.
As you went to duck down low, his body just sort of crashes into you. It hits you with such force that it staggers you back, hitting you in your face and arm as you slam against the ground. Well, it's 1d4 minus 1. 3 damage. 4 damage.
Oh, man.
He rolled 3 4s.
Oh, man.
Knocking you down now, there's that moment where you can feel him standing over you, and you feel that ominous sense that he's a dangerous and deadly foe. But now you're lying there as he ran up to you, knocking you down. He's now, with one of his big stomping feet, going to lunge it up and try to stomp right on you. With a 5. You can battle or evade.
I'm going to try and hit that.
Knocks it to a 3 and hits a 5. As he, boom, stomps into the ground, you roll once out of the way. You have just enough time to get to your feet before you can feel him, his arms, this is burned and charred, but he's going to swing it around to try to bowl you back off your feet. Because he's woozy and weary. It'll be a 1d4, roll to evade on the d6. A 3. And that's just enough for you, again, to dive narrowly underneath it, coming up on this side as he swings around this way. So that was his turn. Now we go back to the top of the turn order. Turn 7. Agility 7, go ahead.
I'm going after this dude. I'm going to try and air snap him right in his dome.
Go ahead and square off with him.
Yeah.
The other people take care.
Maybe your agility should
Oh,
be
wait.
able to
You can do good.
counter strength.
No, I'll have him go. Well, he was just going to run back up to the top of the hill, right? Yeah, he wasn't going to do anything else, I don't think.
Just show a healing herb in the slippy.
You want to come down and throw a heal on you?
Wait, can we use healing herbs on people if they're unconscious? But not dead?
I mean, that regenerates their hit points, but it may not revive their
Eating
consciousness.
can come down there and shove it in your mouth.
Oh yeah. I'll have Egan do that then.
I've done that.
He's on his way then. When his turn's over, he'll be able to take his.
So air snaps are 2 MP and 1d8.
Okay.
Can I spend 4 MP and then do 2 air snaps?
So it depends on the success of the first one, but go ahead.
Oh,
Dang.
First air snap.
Hey!
An 8. Roll it again. So I'm not really gonna have any. Hold on. It doesn't matter on a 6 because he hit the 8. So that first one will succeed. As you do like a Superman leaping punch, feinting with this hand, he almost brings his body out to evade. But the air snap was in this hand as you feel your chi energy surging in your fist. And that moment where it hits the side of his face, it's that pop and that audible snap of air as it crisply hits him. His head rocks back as you actually knocked him off of one foot as he's reeling. Now as you land, you've got your other hand cocked back, the chi flowing inside of you, preparing to do the second air snap.
let's do it.
A 4. This time you leap at him again, and you're almost leaping over him because he's staggering back. This time the air snap, as it hits him right directly on his chest, is enough to, as the air snaps loudly out from your outstretched fist, pop. He lands, boom, flat on his back. Boom. With you standing over him, as you land, the chi energy still, you feel the thrumming of it from your fists.
How the turns have tabled.
He's, slowly trying to get back up to his feet. The arrows are still sticking out of his sternum. Burns, just, blood oozing from them. But he's still you see his body trembling and surging as he's trying to get back up to his feet. But now it will be his action. Looking around the battlefield, he is going to, seeing that you're down and out, he's not sure if you're dead or not. Focusing his gaze on where Drum is standing, you had your back turned because you had been attacking the spectral snake. So, covering the distance, you see, again, he reaches behind his heavy cloak or coat, and pulls out another long curved dagger. This one with a serrated edge. Sort of creeping slowly towards you within a stabbing position. He's going to use one of his sneak attack moves to give him a +1 to a sneak attack roll. It's a 1 + 1. Roll a d4. A 1.
Ooh.
You barely had time to get around before you felt the knife stab into your arm. It cuts down, slashing away at you. You take 1 damage. Sheesh. But now he's close enough to as you turn, he's now in a stabbing motion. He instantly lets the knife go with that hand and grabs it with this other hand as he does a rising up slice to cut you with it. A 1. Roll to evade.
With a D6?
Yeah. A 3. Stepping back out of the way from that slice, he lets go of the blade, grabbing it with this hand, and then lunges forward into do a stabbing attack with a 2.
Oh, man.
A 3. You step back out of the way again as he continues to catch him and as he's doing some kind of a flourish of trying to confuse and disorient you with how he's letting go of the blade and catching it and then letting go of it and catching it, and it's all a grand flourish of quick moves, but as you're stepping back and back and back out of the way, they're all just barely missing. Dang, that was all his actions. Dang. Now he's right up close. It's like, goodbye. So now it comes around to turn 6s. Agility 6s.
You want to go first? Try to get up.
I mean,
I can try to get up too.
can Egan shove that healing herb on?
Yes. As for that moment, everything was black, and you felt nothing but that strange sense of peace and calm. All of a sudden, then you feel a deep, throbbing pain in your head, and then it radiates out through your whole body. You let out a weak breath, and you feel something in your mouth that's crunchy. Egan is standing over you, his visage blurry as everything is starting to come into focus. Your head is throbbing as you sit up. There's something in your... it must have been a healing herb. It's bitter and dry. But it did heal you. And as you were weakly just kind of sitting there woozy, Egan's standing over you.
That was very stupendous of you, Egan.
A 16 and a 19. He says, says, you're better? I healed you. That gave me such a rush.
Egan, you
My man.
you definitely done enough today. I think you should let us finish these guys off.
He's like, oh, well, can you give me anything else to heal someone with?
Is this French's backstory?
I'll give him an HP potion.
Okay, nice. So put that in his inventory. But now as you weakly, your legs wobble, get back up to your feet. You won't be able to take any other actions this turn, but you can take defensive actions against things that are done to you or in your direction. Because you just got healed from unconsciousness, woozy, wobbly. So you get a look around at what's happening. Right now, that halfling fellow is about 8 feet in front of you, swinging violently with knives, and Dorma's just like stepping back each time, like. So now it comes around to Sprinkle's turn. Hitting the sand hard, all those spectral birds, hummingbirds, just sort of dissipated. And as you look up weakly from the sand, this spectral wolf has just gotten close enough to where it's going to attempt to pounce at you. Roll to evade the 4. Hits it to a 1 and rolls the 5.
Nice.
What a bandit! What a bandit! As you roll back onto your back, it lands right in the spot you were just at. So bringing your dagger around, you can now roll back over to stab it. Roll a d6.
Can I use dual stab?
You can try it.
Okay.
Lying on your back with it right here, you just be like 1, 2. So this first one may not have the most power, but it's a strike.
Roll 2d6s.
Dual dagger jujitsu.
After all these at the same time?
Yeah. Nice, a 6 and a 3. You rolled again. Racking them up. Ooh, and a 3.
I would have loved to have upgraded that skill.
But that is enough for the first dagger to sink into the base of its shoulder where its neck is. And for your other one to come swinging around and hit it so hard that as soon as you stab into it, the whole thing just bursts apart and dissipates into shimmering orange magical energy. So getting back up, to your feet with the daggers in hand, you look around and you see, him slashing feverishly at Drum. And now this is the first time you do cast a glare at that young, and say she was an elf girl.
Yeah.
With her cloak over her head, her orange cloak, with her deep piercing blue eyes and blue hair.
I want to try to use my charisma. I want to put the knives away. I want to put my hands up. I want to approach her. I want to be like, you see what's happening around you. You see the madness.
So
like,
roll d6.
we don't want to hurt
it's
you.
in the middle of battle and you're pretty far away, but you can roll the d6.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, we really just came here to rest. Like, we don't have to fight you. You seem powerful. Maybe you could join us.
Ask them if they brought shovels.
A 4. As you creeping towards her with your hands out, she backs up a step, giving you a suspicious look. As you come closer, with your hands out, her hand, comes up and the orange magical energy is coming up around it. And this time, she just puts it down like this at the ground below her. And she's kind of standing there watching you as you're approaching.
Okay.
And as you do, suddenly she lets her hands go like this, and the magic, boom, pulses and swells beneath her as her body gets lifted up as the figure below her grows and shapes and elongates until it's a spectral horse that she's actually now mounted on.
Can I shoot the horse?
Well, she's as it rears back, she just casts a lookout over this party and says, "I'm not getting paid enough to do this."
We'll pay you more.
So you yell, "We'll pay you more." She's already see if she's committed to her action because she did cast spectral
Money
seed.
talks, really.
An 8. She hit the 8. No, that was the 8 for her to get away.
Oh no.
Oh.
You said let me roll for this first.
But as soon as the bright orange spectral horse rears back, she says, "Oh, I won't forget this. They're not paying me enough for this." She said, "Hope I don't see any of you again someday." Giving a cold scowl to everyone. And then with a
still take a shot with my long
the spectral steed goes to bound away. Go ahead.
I want to take a Hail Mary shot.
I nudge over to Egan.
I really want to
Look,
aim
Egan, your
for the
healing
horse.
Put fear on our
If
enemies.
that's possible.
Hell yeah. Oh.
That is a 1.
Ooh.
So, with Irving standing over this one here, he's like just struggling to get up, like, you know, trying his best. So you're able to stand over him and try to deal a finishing strike.
Can I try to recruit him? He's the one that had the tattoos and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's already severely injured, gasping for breath, struggling to get up.
We can. This could be
We
the
can
end of
heal
your
him.
life, or
The
this could
beginning
be
of a new one.
A new beginning to a new one.
Right. That's how I got Dalton.
As you walk up to him and say that,
That's
he
how Dalton was created.
weakly wraps his burned hand around your ankle, squeezing it tightly.
We
Trying
can-
to- trying to give you a foot shake.
I'm gonna reach down and I'm gonna shake his hand and then I'm gonna be like, "Let's go," and see what he ever does.
Looking up at you with that purple flashing in his eyes for a brief moment, he says, I have my orders. He says, you'll have to take my life.
Are your orders worth dying for?
He spits.
Stab.
So with an artful dance of your wind blade, you just start cutting at him until he stops moving. That leaves just this halfling as he finishes attacks on you. Because you're adjacent, it will come around to your turn next.
Okay. Well, the person we wanted to recruit has left, and this guy just had that happen to him. I think it is only best for us that I cast darkness on him to blind him. The rest of y'all run up on him, tackle him, we tie him up, and we force him to join our company.
There you go, let me eat him.
Well, I don't even care. Let's just time up. Like,
Yeah. Either way, I'm going to cast darkness on him, and then we all should use work together to
I agree.
imprison him.
I think this
Yeah,
is
subdue
a
him.
wonderful idea.
Don't cast darkness on him. Let me eat him a little bit at a time. I'll just
Oh
do
my
that.
God.
over
We
the
could do
course
that too if he
Is
Is he a
doesn't want to
halfling?
join.
Is that true to
He might get like some half.
Yeah, it's a halfling.
Okay.
That'd be sick.
Wait, is
I'll
this-
hit him
is
with
it-
darkness.
Is this a new stab?
No, we're talking about
This halfling here, that's the half orc. The half orc.
Yeah, he did.
What's the other half?
Stab.
I was gonna eat him.
Say he was half orc, half gnome.
He's just- I gotta watch
Why he was so why he was so
That's bizarre to think about.
why he was so big and tough.
This is to cast darkness on
Okay.
him.
Okay.
Dang.
A 4.
Mm-hmm.
So as you just put one hand up like this, there's that brief moment where the area around him has that swirling bit of darkness. As it fades, his eyes, not their normal color anymore, are just solid black. As he lets out a gasp, swinging his weapons around like at just anything, around in a circle once and around in a circle again, thrashing about wildly.
I
Saying,
yell, "Get him!"
I'm gonna immediately run and tackle him. I have a lot of rope.
so will you assist in this? And you can do other actions. So that'd be Sprinkles, Slippy, and Drum all
And
rolling
Egan.
it. Does Egan want to roll for a tackle roll?
Can we roll to try to get a team tackle
Yeah.
roll?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay.
D6.
We can do work together first.
Teams.
Yeah, let's use work together because I have that.
Yeah, I have it as well.
I'm far away.
Oh well,
Can I get on
it's
this?
in the middle of the battle, and you guys are all sort of surging in on him.
Including
So
Irving.
he's too far away.
Okay.
But it's really it's in the middle of the combat, so you really can't premeditate it with work together. You're
Okay.
all just sort
Well,
of
that's fine.
converging
That's
on him
fine.
at the same time.
Just roll a 6.
Tackle roll. 5s, 6. 1. Maybe that 6 can hit that
Yeah,
1.
in my head,
Maybe that
I
6
rolled
can
a
hit that
1.
1.
Let's see it. Oh, I sure
Hops
did.
over.
Sorry, bro.
It's all right.
But that is enough for as everyone hops on him at the same time. Boom, 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 in a pile. His whirling of blades is going to hit one person at random of the 4 of you.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I have the most.
Hold on. It's going to hit player 2. 1, 2.
All right,
It's
that
going to
works
deal 6 damage.
Hey, I'll take it.
Dang.
What else?
But now he's on the ground with a hail and a pile of bodies on top of him. Are you going to subdue him then?
Yes.
I want
Does anyone have rope or anything?
He is.
Do y'all want to
I
recruit him?
have rope.
Let's try to recruit him, but if he doesn't,
We need to tie him up first.
yeah, let's at least give him a chance. But if he,
He's just gonna try to
So,
attack us. or
with
kill
him
us.
tied up and subdued, as you strip away his remaining weapons and you bind him up with heavy ropes, him
What's the weapon?
cursing and all knives and daggers, all cursing and swearing all the while. The battle comes to an end. Everyone gets 40 experience.
Let's go.
Oh,
Oh, that's 502 for me.
500.
how much was it? How much experience was it again?
40.
40.
40? I'm at 520.
And with the battle over, that strange quiet sweeps over the desert yet again. The fire from the campfire barely a flicker now, as blood is soaked along the sand. Deep grooving burn marks are littered here and there. Arrows are cast about. Deep grooves in the sand from scuffling and fighting. There's one Kranba that's kind of shuffling around. This one over here got hit so hard it's not moving anymore. I'm sorry.
Poor Cran, but
But-
those two bodies.
But
should tame that
as you
other one.
as you
Yes,
work to
that's
salvage and loot and sort of take stock of everything that you've got, we're gonna end it here. And we really appreciate everyone who, if you just tuned in, they just did a rigorous trek through the desert in the middle of the night, stumbling upon a campfire that was surrounded by a party. They weren't a friendly party, as they set siege on each other. And now the victors have been declared. You won, got your experience. You're gonna loot the bodies. We did Minutes to Midnight. What a great session. I really had a great time. I hope everyone who watched had a good time too.
We've been here for the whole time.
Oh, nice. Thanks for
Evie-san,
hanging out.
thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate you. So this is where we're gonna call it for tonight. When we start next time, they'll be finishing up their looting and then making their way to Rekoppa Castle City. So we definitely appreciate everyone again for tuning in. Make sure to check us out on YouTube as well, and we'll see you
Next time!
next time.